Good evening and welcome to a very special 8th edition of the Springdale One City Pregame Show, brought to you for the first time by the Springdale Athletic Foundation. I'm Zach Arns, the voice of the Springdale Bulldogs.
And I'm Brad Spurlock, your new voice of the Har-Ber Wildcat football team.
On tonight's show, we'll cover last week's matchups as Har-Ber traveled to Rogers Heritage to take on the War Eagles and Springdale took on Bentonville West at homecoming. We'll also sit down with both coaches to talk about their plans going into tonight's game, as well as take a behind-the-scenes look at what it takes to put on one of these productions every Friday night. We've got so much to do and so little time. The Springdale One City Pregame Show starts right now.
Join us now in the studio to kick things off as new head football coach for the Wildcats, Aaron Dannenhower. Coach, I want to welcome you to the studio this morning.
Thank you for having me. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. So, Coach, getting right into things today, you're into your 6th game now, and how would you evaluate the progress of the team?
You know, I think we've come a long ways. You know, there's been things that we've obviously got to continue to get better at. But I love what our kids are doing and where we're at. We're working really hard. We keep focusing on ourselves. You know, we got to focus on ourselves, continue to clean ourselves up, as we say. I always say, you know, a championship program, they don't worry about who their opponent is. They worry about themselves every week, right? And so that's something we're doing. Our kids are fighting really hard. Our effort is great. They're hungry. You know, we're coming off of a good win last week.
Yes.
You know, and so now it's just we're just got to keep getting better, as they say, right?
Absolutely. And, Coach, as we look into the season, you know, you have faced some strong competition thus far this year. So after you evaluate the team's progress, I mean, what do you see some things that they're doing well, maybe some things that you guys can improve on?
You know, things we're doing well, like defensively, we're flying around to the football. You know, I think earlier in the year we struggled still learning, like as in, you know, we had some breakdowns in the back end and things like that. But against Bentonville, we really didn't have many, you know, coverage breakdowns. And then against Heritage, well, they didn't throw the ball very much, so we didn't find out too much about that. But when they did throw it, we were ready. But I think the thing we've learned that we've gotten really good at on defense is we will hit you and we will fly around and be a physical defense again. I mean, I've seen guys just fly to the football. There's the clips. Even when they broke a big run, we talked a lot about as a team on Mondays when we come back as a team meeting. We'll talk about what are the big plays, the plays that we can build on. And one of them, even though they broke a big run, when you span, you see all 11 bodies flying to the football. Sion Wilson gets them from behind, takes a great angle, and then when you span from the end zone, you can see literally all 11 dudes flying to the football. I mean, a lot of guys would just stop. And we didn't have that.
Right.
And so we can continue to build on that. You know, that's effort. And offensively, I think the biggest thing we always saw as we continue to say is we've got to get better up front. I think we're really young on offense. You know, we have a young offensive line, a quarterback, running back, juniors, most of our receivers. And I think that's something we have to continue to work on. We know we got to be able to run the football.
Right.
And against Heritage, I think that was our step. Like, we're going to be able to run the football and dominate the line of scrimmage. And we did that. We did that better. And that's just something we got to keep cleaning up. You know, we got to find ways to run the football, manage the clock, especially against, in our conference right now, some of these explosive offenses that are in that conference. And I think ours can be one. You know, as we continue to make those steps up front, our offensive line is getting better. Like Monday was our first, you know, Monday's your first install day. Yesterday in practice was our best Monday, you know, so I'm excited about that.
Right. You know, as we've looked at this past game against Heritage, you know, we talked about maybe some unsung heroes a little bit. And one thing that I kind of caught along with Coach Bray was Will White came out of the defense and how well he played. So do you see any unsung heroes, so to speak? And if you have, how do you motivate that going forward into this game?
You know, Will White's definitely one of them on defense.
Yes.
You know, and even like I think Sion Wilson at corner, some of those extra plays, just the extra effort plays. You know, not his assignment, things broke down, but he flew to the football and wasn't going to let him have a touchdown. They were going to have to earn it, you know. I think there's been some year. I think up front we've had some. There's got, you know, D linemen go unrecognized all the time, like in that, especially in that defense, right, or that offense, I should say. I mean, they're just 3 yards in a cloud of dust, man. I mean, like, and so like Ken and Teff, there was a play we recognized where Ken and Teff came off the ball, jacked the center. He didn't make the play, but he jacked the center back, tripped up 2 pullers, and then here comes Will White and Siler Moore, and you know, close it down. And so there's been guys like that, you know, and I think that's what we do as a team is we try as coaches when we meet on Sundays, we talk about what are the plays, again, that we can go back, focus on and say, here's 8 plays in the game that made a difference and that we can build on is what we always tell them. And so we do that, you know. Offensively, you know, I would say our tight end play has been like, you know, Jack Gilder is one of our he's not much of an unsung hero anymore because he catches the ball, and I mean when he does catch the ball, or we handed it off to him this last game. Like they don't like to tackle him.
Right.
You know, he's so physical. He's physical in the run game, blocking. He's physical in the passing game. People have to know where he's at, you know. Trayson Wright's having a heck of a year too, and he's not really an unsung hero anymore either. But just all our receivers are doing a pretty good job on perimeter. Like we talk a lot about blocking for your brother on the perimeter, right? Everyone's going to get an opportunity, you know, at some point, and you got to be able to block for your brother. So I think those are some things we continue to talk about, build on, and things of that nature.
And so, Coach, as you're looking at this, going into your first battle with Springdale here, you know, there's a lot of excitement that goes around here. So how do you channel these kids and get them focused on this game and kind of get them ready for what's going to, because there's a lot of history built in here at Springdale. You know, now we've got the one Springdale focus that we have, but also there's 2 teams out there battling. They'll be battling for playoff spots. So how do you get these kids focused on this game?
That's what we talked about. We talked about it just being another game. Like as in you can't, yes, it's a rivalry game. Yes, it's against Springdale, but like I say, any championship program, they talk about themselves. They worry about themselves. I said, we're not going to change what we do for who we play. I think that's a big deal. Like Coach Lunny Monday morning, my mentor, Coach Lunny, he called me and was asking me how I felt, what do you do? And, you know, he goes back to his Southside, Northside days of that. And he goes, it's always tough. You know, kids, they want to make it such a bigger deal than just playing football. The game of football doesn't change on Friday night just because of who you're playing. You know, the team that blocks better, that tackles better, takes care of the football usually wins the game. Right. And so just going to things like that. We talked a lot about it when we're at practice this week. We're focusing on, you know, obviously their scheme. We have to know their scheme, but how we execute and how we do things. You know, to me, that's the biggest thing. When I was at Bentonville West came about. That became their big, you know, a big deal. And sometimes kids would, you know, they just get excited. They, as you would say, lose their mind a little bit over this. And you're like, guys, play football.
It's football.
It's football. Let's play football.
That's right. Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, and, you know, you're talking about things maybe to correct a little bit. We've talked about maybe at the beginning of the year and actually probably throughout the year, slow starts, seeing some penalties, maybe some turnovers, things get corrected. So I know that's probably one thing that you're going to look at. What are these kids you're trying to correct to move forward, maybe sharpening up a few things for this week? And why do you see this?
Yeah, and so offensively, the biggest thing we have to clean up is taking care of the football and have a fast start, right? Against Bentonville, we started fast. We went down there, and then we didn't finish the drive. You know, we had a penalty that brought us back. And that's what we talked about. You know, I like to run. We run a little extra for penalties, especially pre-snap penalties, pre- and post-snap. You can control pre- and post-snap penalties. Sometimes you can't control a hold, a judgment calls by a ref. It's going to happen. But we had, even this last game against Heritage, we had 3 pre-snap penalties, 2 on offense, 1 on defense, that we just can't have. Right. So we clean up those, and we talked about turnovers on offense. Like we didn't turn the ball over at all against Bentonville, and then we turn around and we right off the bat.
First play.
Oh gosh, you know, against a team who's just milking the clock. Right. He was like, oh. But overall, and then on defensively, it's really just we've done a really good job the last few weeks. I thought defensively, and our staff has done a really good job of just, hey, let's redo that play, do it again. We got to see it. We have to execute and know our assignment, know our keys in the back end, know our keys at linebacker. Because the effort part, that hasn't been what we've, you know, it's been let's clean up some of the details, the coverages or linebackers fits, and they've really accepted that and done a really good job.
Yeah. Well, Coach, you know, going into this game, like I said, it's a big rivalry game this week, but is there anything else you'd like to share, let the fans know about what's going on this week?
Man, I think the biggest thing is just to show up, have a little fun, because it's going to be a fun game. Springdale's a good football team, well coached. Coach Hobbs does a great job. I have a lot of respect for him and his staff. And I just think the whole one city, because here's the truth, I think this is truthfully what's neat is coming in, you know, obviously I haven't been here until now, so you don't know what the last few years totally looked like. But I'm hearing and I look in the stands against Greenwood and Bentonville and I see a packed house. I mean, people fired up for football.
Yes.
And so now you have two football teams from the city of Springdale in one spot. And that's why I told people, I was like, it's Springdale. Like, people want to see, Springdale is football and football is here and they want to see good football. So I just say, I think you're going to see an exciting brand of football on both sides of the ball. Come out and watch because these kids deserve it and it'll be fun.
Coach Dannenhower, we would thank you once again for being here with us today and appreciate your insight on the game.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed being here.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Coach Dannenhower, and thank you for joining us right now. But coming up shortly, we've got kickoff for the game, but in the meantime, students from the Har-Ber High School took to the field for a little field kick showdown. We want you guys to take a look at this.
Hey guys, it's Elia and Addie. You might be wondering what we're doing right now. We're stretching. We're about to kick a field goal with some people from our team and Har-Ber's kicker. We'll show you how it's done. Let's go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then 2 to the side. 2. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Hey, that wasn't that bad. Yeah! What the freak? 1. Okay. They need to be smaller. Oh.
That feels wrong. Ready? A long time ago. I have 4 years of eligibility left in my NCAA career. So if any schools out there need a kicker, you can find me at ltapia@sl.org. So.
That was only a 10-yard field goal. Let's try 40.
Clearly, I need to just stick to TV.
And I need to stick to tennis.
Make sure to stay tuned for Kickoff at 7. For WCSN, I'm Elia Shell.
And I'm Addie Farmer.
Thanks for watching.
My name is Adobe, and this is my Chick-fil-A success story. When I started as a team member, I was pretty shy and struggled with my confidence. And now, that same shy person, she owns her own Chick-fil-A restaurant.
Accidents are never planned. But no matter how small, every emergency that involves a child is a big deal. It's everything. That's why we're here. Arkansas Children's Northwest offers the only pediatric emergency room in Northwest Arkansas with fast access, pediatric experts, and kid-sized care. Peace of mind when you need it most.
Goodbye, guessing. Hello, confidence. So long, stress. Hello, security. Farewell, running to the bank. Hello, banking from anywhere. Get a quick view of your balance, lock lost debit cards, and quickly deposit checks anywhere, anytime with the highly rated Arvest Go mobile app from Arvest Bank. Goodbye, limits. Hello, possibilities.
Hometown. That word still means something here. It means we're neighbors. We do the right thing. We care about your family. And you deserve the very best every time you walk in the front door. Har-Bers. Hometown fresh.
I'm Don Strubing. It's because of the generosity of people like you we are able to fully support the Fuel and Feed program. For this, we thank you and appreciate your help. I support Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
My name is Zach Arns. I'm voice of the Springdale Bulldogs. Thank you for donating to the Fuel and Feed program. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
The Fuel and Feed program raises money to help pay for pregame and postgame meals for kids and coaches. In addition, we raise funds to buy athletic footwear for the students to compete in. I'm Donald Tucker, Executive Director of the Springdale Athletic Foundation. Please take this time to help our students and coaches. Visit the link on the screen to donate now.
On behalf of Springdale Schools Athletics, I want to say thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Welcome back to the Springdale One City pregame show. I'm Zach Ards, the voice of the Springdale Bulldogs. He's Brad Spurlock, the voice of the Har-Ber Wildcats.
Well, Zach, and I will let you know, it's been an interesting start for the Har-Ber Wildcat team this year. There's a lot to build on as they've hit the midpoint of the season. But now it's just a rivalry on the field. Both programs are evolving off the field with some fresh faces leading the way.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch these two teams sort of evolve in the last couple of years. Springdale, when Brett Hobbs came in, sort of re-identified as, Springdale football. We're going to ground and pound it. We're going to do. You're seeing a lot of that with Coach Dannenhower this year. Totally different mindset than we've seen the last couple of years. It's tough. It's physical. It looks like Har-Ber football is supposed to.
Absolutely. And talking with Coach Dannenhower at the very beginning of the year, that was one thing that he wanted to talk about his team, get better in a mindset of ball control and maybe use some up-tempo when they have a chance. So the kids have bought into this. We're seeing a different brand of football. The kids are excited. Everybody's running to the football. So we're seeing a different mindset out of these kids.
There are no off weeks in the 7A West, and that's one thing I think we all know as you cruise through this conference. This is one of those games I think you circle. These two teams, you say they don't like each other. I think there's a little truth to that, but these are two teams that have been competing against each other since they were in fourth grade. That rivalry now hits the big stage under the lights on Friday nights.
Absolutely, and when you stop and think about this game a little bit, Springdale and Har-Ber, their records are basically mirror image of one another, from the overall record to the conference record, who they played, who they've beaten. And so I think this is going to be determined a lot on the playoff race going forward. So we're definitely going to see, and that's going to be the excitement, that's going to be the build-up to this game to see how well these two teams play.
It's a crazy year in the 7A West.
Yes.
We're seeing upsets in a conference that generally does not have a ton of upsets. This is a huge game, like you pointed out. 2 wins generally gets you into the playoffs. 3 or 4 wins, you're starting to look at maybe a home playoff game. And both of those teams have to keep that in mind. But when I talk to Coach Gerald Williams over at Springdale, or I talk to Brett Hobbs, they all say the same thing. First 15 minutes, man, you just got to keep everything in check. Don't want to pick up any goofy penalties. Don't want to get tossed out of a football game because emotions are going to be running real high.
It's going to be very high, and going back to watch a few games, even on the opening kickoffs, how excited people are, and people get intense in this rivalry. But yeah, even with Har-Ber as well, they want to have ball control, eliminate silly penalties. They want to keep moving forward the best way they can. Ball control. That's one thing we've seen with the game this year is with Har-Ber is the ball control, running. You talked about Springdale going back to the running attack. Har-Ber's done a lot of that as well, and so I think we're going to see kind of mirror image of one another.
One of the great things, I've been doing this for 10 years, one of the great things, the things I love about this particular game is this is the largest crowd they're going to play in front of. You're going to see somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 people in the stands, not an empty seat in the house, both bands, both teams. It is truly what high school football in the state of Arkansas is all about, and we get it right here in our own city.
Absolutely, and this is the pageantry, if you will, of high school football. This is what you like to see. Like I said, all the fans get into it, and you and I will get into it. Obviously. So, but yeah, this is what high school football is all about, especially in the 7A West Conference.
This will be your first trip through it,
yes.
As the voice of the Wildcats, and it is. There's that moment when they get ready to kick off where there's so much excitement. You kind of you want to take it in for a second, and if you can't be there to watch the game, you certainly want to be watching on TV because it's special. And it's special for these kids, even whatever sport we're playing. Springdale Har-Ber, that's a special night.
Absolutely, and these kids they may live in the same neighborhood, they may live pretty close to one another, so there's a lot of bragging rights that's going to take place during this game.
Let's talk about Har-Ber specifically, and new culture, new coach, new coaching staff, new philosophies. Tell me about the Wildcats 2-3 start. It's a little bit misleading. Pushed Greenwood to the edge in that ballgame. Could have gotten that one. It's been certainly a stark turnaround from the end of last year.
The one thing noticed in this team, like I said, the effort that has been going forward with this group of kids. And you made mention of Greenwood. At the very end, these kids played their heart out down to a 2-point conversion. And even after the 2-point conversion, they had an opportunity to throw a Hail Mary, and it just fell short. But other than maybe Bentonville, these kids have competed and played very close. They beat Farmington, they beat Rogers Heritage. So you see the competitiveness, and that was one thing, like I said, talking with Coach Dannenhower, get buying these kids into this. So it's a different attitude. These kids are really focused on competing the best way they can.
Let's start on the offensive side of the ball. For the Springdale fans that may not be familiar with Har-Ber, tell me what we're looking for. Who should we watch out for on Friday?
Bryce Owens, leads the way. The quarterback does a great job running this offense. He basically runs out of the pistol formation. But Reed McAllister is the workhorse for this team. A couple of games, even for Greenwood, he rushed over for 200 yards, and so just the bell cow of this offense. Trayson Wright, receiver, he's had some big games along that. So they have a diversified offense, and they'll take their shots. They ground and pound, but they will take their shots on offense. So it's a great multi-look, if you will, for the offense.
It's truly what Har-Ber football is.
Absolutely.
It's a ground and pound. You can run back through the history of the school, line up, here comes the pin and pull, and they just want to come straight at you. It's fun to watch that offensive line go to work.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And these guys, they've been at it for a while now. This is probably the first time they've went through another coaching change, but these guys have bought into it, so you're definitely seeing some push on this offensive line.
Just some quick film study on the defensive side of the ball. It's a multiple front.
Yes.
They'll go 4 down, they'll go 3 down, but there's a lot of movement, a lot of pre-snap movement. Things that Springdale are going to have. The way their offense is set up, you're going to have a lot of pre-snap calls. It may not be the biggest defense you're going to see in the back 7, but they are active and they are agitated when they get on the field.
And very quick, and they'll hustle to the ball. And Jake Adams, one of the linebackers, also Will White, who had an outstanding game against Heritage. These two linebackers, they fly to the ball, and the whole defense just really just looks for that, and that's what they try to pounce on.
One of the things that is always a key in this game are special teams, and I think Springdale feels very good about their special teams. But Har-Ber's got, their coverage teams are good. You're going to have to be very good in the coverage game. You're going to have to be able to kick the football. You're going to have to be able to kick field goals when they're available to you. It's going to be interesting to watch sort of that battle within the game.
Absolutely. And one thing you talk about kickoff coverage, whether it's going to be a sky kick, whether it's going to be kicked deep, your special teams, you want to make sure you maintain your lanes, maintain your coverage as you're going down the field. So very important for both sides of the ball.
Talk to me about Coach Dannenhower. He is certainly a stark contrast from what we've seen. This is a no-nonsense guy that I've known for a while. Comes from the Bentonville system. Yeah. It looks very similar to what Bentonville tries to do, but it is, at its core, they're going to line up and they're going to run the football at you, and they're going to play good defense.
Yeah, he's been Bentonville 10 years, and he's taken kind of the same concepts from what he'd done from Bentonville, being the offensive coordinator. And he's come down, like I said, been able to sit with him on several occasions. And just like I said, the mindset he's trying to get these kids to buy into, a great man of faith, and he just, hangs on to these kids as best he can, tries to encourage them and coach them up. That's the one thing that we've seen, is really try to coach them up and get the kids involved with what they're trying to buy into.
Last year at Springdale, we had 10,000 people at the football game. It was crazy. Drones flying all over the place. It was a wild scene, but I think we're going to expect the same thing from the Wildcat home crowd.
Absolutely, absolutely. A couple years ago, they do such a great job of the pregame festivities. Took a couple of years ago, they brought in a helicopter to bring the game ball. So I don't know if we'll see that again this year, but they always try to do something special for these kids. So there's going to be a lot of excitement, a lot of build up to this game.
So as we turn our attention to their opponent tonight, the Springdale Bulldogs team, I know a little bit about. For Springdale, look, this is a 2-3 football team. Feels like they let one get away at Bishop Kelly, a game that they had a chance to win. It's a young football team. You're talking about 5 sophomores on that offensive line. But this is a football team that is evolving every single week. The DNA is the same. They're going to ground and pound. They're going to do it a lot differently, though. If you watch the Harding Bison, this is the Harding offense. They just run it from the pistol and the shotgun. The guy to keep an eye on is number 9, Carson Hayter. He makes everything go for Springdale. It's going to be fun to watch him sort of manipulate that Har-Ber defense. Another guy to keep an eye on is Wilder Larice. He is second, I believe, in the league in rushing at about 120 a game. That is a guy that is growing each and every week, 5'10", 230 pounds, and he comes straight at you.
Yes. And that's what we've seen. You talk about contrasting styles, or maybe not contrast style, but Reed McAllister is kind of the mirror image, I would say, of this. And so he does the same thing, just ground and pound, and just does a great job on that.
You know, and one of the things that Springdale was able to do last year was sort of influence in the option game, and Rancel Oriana had a big game last year against Har-Ber. He's a guy that hasn't quite gotten it going yet, 62 yards a game or so. He's going to be kind of the key. They're going to give it to Rancel, and it's going to be 2, it's going to be 3, and then all of a sudden it's 34, as we saw against Van Buren earlier this year. Guy to keep an eye on, and a guy that I like a lot in the passing game is Orion Leatu, 6'6", 200 pounds. He's a guy that, you know, can go get it, and he's, you know, you can throw it high, and if you've got a shorter defensive back, he's a guy that can go up and get it. The shot plays in the pass game, Springdale may only throw it 4 times, but when they do, you can guarantee they're going to be down the field. And that's, you know, tell me about that Har-Ber secondary against guys like Leatu. Easton Hahn leads the team in receptions with 5. But that it's a team that they will, you know, they'll take their shots when they're available.
They do a great job on the coverage on the back end. Grayson Daspit is one that you kind of watch out for. Kanan Costa was there. He got injured last week or the week before, so they've had to do some substitutions in the backfield. But he definitely great. I would say Grayson Daspit, you know, playing that safety position is going to have a lot to do with the corners. Do a great job. Tony Berry does a great job, and they do a lot of man-to-man. Yeah. A lot of man-to-man. So we'll definitely see if that plays a part in what Springdale
I think
may
we're
want to
going to
do.
see a ton of that.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, is that you're going to try and lock up those receivers and commit as many people as you can to the run game. Carson Hayter is really good at shaking one guy, and then all of a sudden it's a 45-yard touchdown. Another area we talked about special teams. Springdale believes they have the best kicker in the state in A.J. Woods. He's got 2 47-yard field goals in back-to-back weeks. He's got unlimited range. He can hit it from 60. About 70% of his kickoffs are for touchbacks. They think that's a weapon and something that they can certainly use as the game goes on. It's going to be a whole lot of fun to watch, and I'm looking forward to just getting into the booth and getting the thing kicked off and getting going, because as you pointed out, it is a huge game. Somebody's going to be 2-1 in the playoff race after this and probably qualified. Yes. And then, you know, we're talking about, you know, possible home games.
Absolutely. And like I said, my first go around will be excited working with you, but just to look out over the stadium and see all the fans get involved with that, I think that's the great part of high school football.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. After the break, I'm going to sit down with Springdale head coach Brett Hobbs. We'll talk about his plan going into the ball game. Plus, we've got so much more on the way. The Springdale One City pregame show continues. Kickoff's coming up. We'll be right back.
Joe and Larry here with Sam's Furniture. We just wanted to thank you for your business and to let you know that your purchase helps serve so many people.
That's right. The culture here at Sam's is to love and serve others in our community and around the globe. So when you buy at Sam's, part of your purchase goes to support one of the many organizations we partner with.
You enable us to invest in our children, teachers, veterans, development in Africa, and distributing wheelchairs to those in need around the world. You are a part of this. So from the Sam's Furniture family to yours,
thank you.
During the Great Depression, nothing came easy. But with just 5 cents, an old truck, and a load of hay, John Tyson and his family found a way to deliver quality chicken to other hardworking people. Today, Tyson continues to find new ways to help put a chicken in every pot. Because people deserve farm-raised chicken of the highest quality. At Tyson, we remain committed to this simple promise: to always keep it real, to always keep it Tyson.
Goodbye, paperwork. Hello, convenience. Farewell, waiting. Hello, personal service. Catch you later, dreaming. Hello, planning. Buy your dream home, connect with a personal banker, and easily schedule an appointment with digital tools from Arvest Bank. Goodbye limits, hello possibilities.
Welcome back to the Springdale One City pregame show here on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television. Joining us is the head coach of the Bulldogs, Brett Hobbs. Coach, good to see you. Tough week last week, but 1-1 in conference play and got a rivalry game. We're going to talk about rivalries in just a second, but take me through the week. Talk to me a little bit about getting ready for your crosstown rival.
Yeah, you know, it was a tough game last week. Bentonville West, you know, is a very good football team, and they have some really explosive players. You know, I felt like our kids played hard. You know, just unfortunately we came up short. But I feel good about this week because I know with rivalry week, what this game represents and everything. I know that our kids are going to bounce back, kind of, you know, last game, next game mentality. And so I think that we flushed last week and ready to go for this week.
And for those who are not familiar, Coach Hobbs is one of the best to ever do it here in the city of Springdale. And your rival at the time was Fayetteville.
Right.
That was a game that you looked forward to. It was at the end of the year. This is kind of the middle of the year, but the attention is still the same. It's your crosstown rival. You should. There are no distractions. Focuses on the Wildcats this week.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, like you said, our rival used to be Fayetteville, and you know, it was a long-lasting tradition. It was a great rivalry, but you know, this one is you know, special, and it is different because you know, you're bringing the city of Springdale. You know, it's kind of the pride of Springdale and football, and what I feel like that you know, especially in Northwest Arkansas and in the state, you know, Springdale was built and made for football. So I think it's going to be you know, a great atmosphere, great game.
49-21 last year. You guys ran the ball exceptionally well, but now we've got a change on the other side. Coach Dannenhower's in, a guy you know very, very well. Talk to me a little bit about kind of the chess match with him offensively and defensively.
Yeah, you know, I have a lot of respect for Coach Dannenhower. Obviously, I've known him for you know, a long time with his time at Bentonville, and now that he's over here, he's done a great job. He's really starting to turn this program around, especially in his first year. And one of the things that, you know, you can always expect from Coach Dannenhower coach team is they're going to play hard, they're going to play physical, but offensively they're going to present you a lot of problems as far as they're going to be in multiple formations. They're going to move some guys around. They use tight ends, multiple tight ends. So it's one of those chess matches where, you know, we're going to have to make sure that we communicate well on defense, be able to get lined up, because with all those different formations, movements, those type things, you know, it can present some problems and get you out of position. So our biggest thing is making sure that we're getting aligned correctly, knowing our assignment, and so that way we can continue to play hard and fast.
How do you manage the emotions? I mean, these are still young men that are excited to be part of this, and manage that first, you know, 8 to 10 minutes, get that first shot out of the way, kind of get into the game. But in the run up to that, I mean, emotions are running high.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, there's a little bounce in their step, you know, throughout the entire week. You know, they're going to be excited about practice. They're going to be practicing hard. But what we try to instill in our players and our team, and it's from each and every week, is, you know, the most important game that we play is that next game. And, you know, it just happens to be Har-Ber this week. But our mentality has always been that. And it is the most important game of the year for us, but not because it's Har-Ber, but it's the next game coming up. So I know that our guys, it is in the back of their mind. They are going to be ready. They're going to be focused. And we just want to continue that approach in every game throughout the year.
For the fans that are seeing you for the first time this year, Carson Hayter, obviously the guy that makes us go Harding commit, and Coach Johnson and I have been trying to come up with a nickname for Wilder and Ransell, and, you know, Thunder and Thunder doesn't really work. These are big backs, and sort of make this offense go. Wilder's in the top 3 in rushing in the conference. He's one of the best in the state, honestly. And then you add Carson in there. This is a multifaceted offense. And when it comes up, you know, when you have to throw the football, Easton Hahn, your middle linebacker, is your leading receiver, and then you can throw it outside to Orion Laity. Talk to me about, like, Ransell and Wilder and how they sort of get your passing game going.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to have to stack the box with those guys, because it's going to be difficult for just one person to bring them down, you know, because they are such big physical runners, but also move extremely well. And that's one thing that I love is, you know, we can get them the ball in so many different ways, you know, on the perimeter, inside, you know, and Coach Hahn does a great job of mixing those things up. And then whenever you have Carson Hayter touching the ball every single time, it does prevent, you know, or it has a tough effect for their defense. So with those guys, and then like you said, Easton Hahn and Orion starting to come into his own at receiver, I think it's just a well-rounded offense that you can't really focus on one person.
Other side of the ball, you've got a guy that, you know, when he steps onto the field, he wears 93. That's a big number around here. And Gavin Jones at 6'5", 240, just a sophomore, kind of learning the position. He made a couple of plays last week that made you stop and go, okay, you know, there's a guy coming.
Yeah, absolutely. He's starting to figure things out. And, you know, although he is young, you know, he is mature for his age, and he just continues to get better each and every week. And I think he's starting to get a little bit bigger, you know, from just lifting, you know, the weights that we do during season. You know, I don't think he's done growing just yet. But yeah, he is starting to come along, and you know, with his size and his length, and he's got good speed, I think is going to continue to help us, especially on third down, pass rushing situations. Is really going to help us out.
Talk to me about DJ Manuel. He baited Trey Thompson into an interception, kind of laid off, and I mean, he's a guy, young guy. That's going to be really good for you in the next couple of years. But this is a guy, 2 interceptions on the season. He's a difference maker, kind of a lockdown corner for you guys.
Yeah, he is, absolutely. And, you know, as a sophomore playing corner, that's extremely difficult because you're kind of out there on an island. You got to have a short memory as a corner. But he's a competitor, extremely athletic, but he understands the game of football. And that really, you know, helps him out, but plays a key role, you know, in his success. And I think just the more he continues to play, you know, the more he's going to improve and continue to make plays for us.
I feel like you and I talk about this every week, but A.J. Woods, another 47-yard field goal, had more than 47 on it. This is a true weapon. He's maybe the best kicker in the state of Arkansas, and we're just scratching the surface with him.
Yeah, absolutely. He has his range, but his accuracy, you know, is really good. But, you know, that's what we expect with him because of the hard work that he puts in. He's going to be at a 2-hour practice, and he's going to work on, you know, different aspects of kicking, you know, in everything for 2 hours. And also his punting has been really good for us as well. And having an athletic punter and kicker really helps because he saved what could have been a safety or a touchdown, you know, on a botched snap, but was able to get that off. So he brings so much to the team and to the table, and just like you said, he's a huge weapon for us.
Coach, best of luck. Looking forward to it. Right. The Springdale One City pregame show continues. We'll be right back.
Our marching band schedule is pretty intense. We definitely get it going and schedule them all the way back in last May, and then the students have it and families have it through the summer, so they know the scope of what we do throughout the course of the season, hundreds of hours of rehearsal. And so we give it to them early, and then we just work it through every day. We try to get a little bit better.
Routines as a drum major, we help sophomores learn their roles, learn their music, their choreography. We help juniors and seniors if they don't remember, since it was in summer break.
We have a design team that actually creates our drill, the pictures and shapes on the field that we create, as well as like the color scheme and guard flags and hooking up with the band uniforms with props. So there's a lot of aspects that have to be coordinated together. So we've improved a whole bunch with the choreography. We call that body, and so those are the emotions that go with music and relates to how the guard uses their flags, and it all kind of coordinates together. So we are really proud of how far they've come. It adds a lot to the show. There's a lot of excitement when you see 130, 140 kids doing the same thing on the field, almost like dance moves. And so that adds a lot of energy and excitement to what we're doing. Hopefully very entertaining and a lot of fun.
When the lights come on at Har-Ber football, it's not just the players that bring the energy. For nearly 2 decades, the Silver Stars dance team has been one of the staples of game days, a team built on tradition, hard work, and spirit.
The one, the only, your Har-Ber Silver Stars.
Being on this team has taught me a lot about teamwork and commitment because with dance, you're held to a high standard. You're held accountable not just from your coaches, but from all your teammates and everyone. Even the underclassmen, even your sophomores, your seniors, your friends, your best friends. It's all about teamwork. It's not just a solo sport. It's something that you work together as a team to accomplish the goals.
3, 4, 5, 6. It typically starts with a practice in the gym where we perfect choreography. Then we go to the field and they learn their hash marks and pay attention to how the routine is going to move on the field, because they really require an intense amount of like seamless transition and a lot of precision.
To prepare for the One City game, we often practice every morning, 7:40 to 9:40. And then we go to the field, we learn our routines, we clean them by count. So our 8 counts are 1 through 8. And so every single count, we're making sure we're on the exact same spot. Our heads are in the same place just so that we can look super clean and look great to the audience.
A lot of it comes down to the dancers. They have an intense drive and an intense want to be kind of like a spotlight in the community while excelling in their sport.
For the Silver Stars, being part of a Har-Ber tradition is more than just performing at halftime. It's about pride, community, and leaving a lasting legacy that future Wildcats will continue to hold. For WCSN, I'm Addison Farmer.
Welcome back to the Springdale One City pregame show here on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television, and joining us is Executive Athletics Director for the city of Springdale, Keith Fimple. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Doing good, Zach. How are you?
We're getting through it. Big week for you, not just in a football sense, but we've got other sports going on, other sports out there competing. People kind of maybe zero in on football a little bit, but boy, you guys got a whole bunch of other things going on.
Got all kinds of things going on at this point, and that's what's when you get a district this size, you got. Just even the ones practicing for in the spring. I mean, we're still baseball, basketball's going, practice, soccer. Every day these things happen. But, right now, cross country, we've got football going, volleyball every night. We might have as many as 8 gates going on in different places. So it's a real exciting time.
Let's talk about your staff a little bit, because a lot of folks don't, they see you, but they don't realize the work that goes into to get these events put on. It's not just a turn on the lights and let's go play. I mean, you guys put a lot of work into the behind the scenes portions.
We have 3, great ladies that work in our district, Jenna Kate, Mary Welch, and Christy Way, that take care of, just think about having all these volleyball games, football games in the same night. We have to have gates for those. We have to have maintenance guys for those in case something goes on. Then I have Jeff Williams, who works over the Har-Ber side. Eric Burnett that works over on the Springdale side. So there's a lot of events going on, a lot of different places. So you have to be really in tune on Monday when we have our meeting of what's going to happen, who's going to take care of this, and go from there.
My parents were in town a couple of months ago, and we took them by the football facility at Springdale. We took them by the basketball arena, and I mean, their eyes opened up. It's college athletic. I mean, it's NCAA worthy, and that's one of those things. Like when people come in here and they see the facilities, and the kids get to participate in those facilities. Really amazing the things that are going on. And we're not done yet here in the city of Springdale.
Dr. Cleveland, when I took this job a couple years ago, he wanted it to be athletics front porch. He always talks about that of the district. We knew we had to do some things to update, change some facilities. Of course, Springdale was a large project. People don't realize that whole football field had to move, and the arena coming in. There's some things happening with baseball and softball, and we're trying to really touch everything we possibly can right now with his vision and our administration's vision. So working out real well. It's just it takes a little time to get it, going from one project to the next.
It seems like high school sports, college sports for sure, are always morphing and changing, and the rules change here and there. Talk to me a little bit about what it's like for the athletes. You deal with them almost every day. They get they come into these environments, and it's a nurturing environment. But boy, when the lights go on, it's competitive.
It is, and up here right now with everybody, the Bentonvilles and the Fayettevilles, and in our conference alone, even. Everybody's trying to advance this as much as possible with social media, live stream on our games. We try to do every game from 7 through 12, and any football game, any volleyball game. And it takes a lot of work to do that. There's a lot of moving pieces to these large districts like this.
Now, as the athletics director, I've had several conversations about this. I think we've sort of morphed into this era where athletics is a legitimate pathway to college, and the goal as an administrator and as an educator is simply to get those kids to college. And now that we see the facilities and the weight rooms and all the advancements, it's a legitimate way to get young men and women off to college.
They're raising scholarship limits. Now football has several more Division I wise, and any kind of little niche you can get to have your child or your student or our programs as far as social media goes. There's a lot of people that look at those. We're still getting a lot of moving here in Northwest Arkansas. So it's a battle to have that out there all the time.
It's rivalry week as far as football goes. Now,
Yes.
we've got it in other sports, but that's kind of why we're here talking about it now. Talk to me about the administrative side of this. Sometimes it can be a nightmare, sometimes it can be a whole lot of fun, but you've got two sides of town coming together.
Well, you want it to always work smoothly, and that we had our security meeting this morning at 8 o'clock with both principals and our our SROs, our CSSO, and we're working on that as far as that goes. Kids generally enjoy it. They do a really good job. At first, when I first took the job, of course, I've been a part of a lot of great rivalries. Coming from Alma, I had Alma and Van Buren, and then I went to college, and I went to Henderson, where I walked across the street to play Washita. That ended up on ESPN, and then my coaching career, it's been amazing. Been, Fort Smith, played Southside, Northside. I went to Fayetteville, played Fayetteville and Springdale, and now you got this one inside the same community where there's a lot of pride, a lot of tradition that goes into it. And, it's really, you want that to be as smooth as possible. You want it to be a great atmosphere for the kids, because that's really what we're all there for, is to let these kids have a platform to compete for one town.
Now, you're a football coach at heart. You've been one for a long, long time. Now, when you go down on the field and you're going to watch this game, are you making mental notes? Hey, they didn't do this on this play, or are you just there as a fan?
This is the one where generally the athletic director part comes into it. You're walking constantly. I think I walked almost 9 miles last year on the outside, making sure things are smooth, making sure teams are getting to the locker room, referees are taken care of. So I don't get to actually see a whole lot of it. I try to do my best with it, try to make it as fun as possible, where I can get those little bite of, hey, what are we doing on defense, what are we doing on offense, and all that. But generally, I want to, my part in this is to make it a great atmosphere for everybody that comes.
Let's talk about these two head coaches for just a second, because Brett came in a couple of years ago and sort of reestablished the Red Dog culture. He's a throwback.
Well, he's
a Red Dog through and through.
System,
and now you're seeing it with Coach Dannenhower. He's really kind of reinstilled that physical nature.
They're two really good teams, like I said, coach-wise. Both staffs are really well. I always look at it like. Aaron's first job was with Chris Wood at Har-Ber. So here we got a guy that's kind of been through this system, kind of seen, he's been playing, coaching at Bentonville, he's seen how Har-Ber plays. And then you got Brett over here, who's been a lifelong Springdale guy with a tradition that backs it up. Played for Gerald Williams, Stone, just tough as you can be. And so it always throw out records for these rivalry games. I've been a part of them enough to where, you never know. It's going to come down to 2 or 3 plays. It's usually who can hold on to the ball, who can cause a turnover, who can get the momentum switch, because momentum in these games is huge.
It really is.
Once you get it switched over, your whole job is to try to get that back into your court as fast as possible, because if it keeps rolling, it'll roll.
Yeah, and now we wait all year for the 10 football games. We're halfway through this. We're getting ready to go down the backside. You guys turn your attention to basketball and all the winter sports as soon as this game's over.
It immediately turns, and like I said, that's what it's amazing to see now in year 3 of everybody. The way they're practicing, the way they're working, and they're not even in season, but we're ready to roll as soon as we get to it, and to see the turnover of it. And again, our office is ready to roll right with them, because we're already setting up for basketball right now as we speak. So
unbelievable. I can't believe it's already here. I know you're excited about it. Tell me what your game day routine will be like.
Well, Friday I'll probably be on the field. I have to get the blower out. I'll roll the field for them. Before that, we'll start going through. We usually close the office about noon, where we can get off a little bit, eat some lunch, because you don't get to eat a whole lot, especially when that 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock bell starts to ring. There's going to be people lined up to get there, early to get seats. So it's basically just work, preparation, to make sure everything that, is lined, elevators working, press box has, internet, all plugs checked for electricity, so that everything goes real smooth.
I love it. I appreciate you joining us.
Appreciate
taking some time
guys.
out of your busy schedule. That is Athletic Director Keith Fimple. That's going to do it here for the Springdale One City pregame show. We appreciate you tuning in. Kickoff is coming up right here on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television.
Hello and welcome. My name is Donald Tucker. In an effort to continue to provide for our students and connect families across the country, this year we are taking our efforts to a whole new level. Our commitment to the district's children is unwavering. We believe that athletics plays a vital role in the personal growth, character development, and overall well-being. That's why we need your help today. By partnering with us, you become an integral part our journey to empower and uplift these young athletes. Visit our website, www.springdaleathleticfoundation.org, where you can find out more information about our organization, our impact, and how you can help support. So I invite you to stand with us, partner with the Springdale Athletic Foundation, and be a part of something truly special. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of our district kids and ensure that Springdale sports continues to set the standards in athletics across the state.
Shot on the way, and good!
Goodbye, guessing. Hello, confidence. So long, stress. Hello, security. Farewell, running to the bank. Hello, banking from anywhere. Get a quick view of your balance, lock lost debit cards, and quickly deposit checks anywhere, anytime with the highly rated Arvest Go mobile app from Arvest Bank. Goodbye, limits. Hello, possibilities.
Hi, I'm Mary Jordan. Springdale Public Schools is launching a free weekly podcast called Springdale Today, which will feature news relevant to Springdale families. Springdale Today will feature educational news, district staff and students, as well as influential members of the Springdale community. I hope you'll join us as the free Springdale Today podcast premieres Wednesday, September 11th at noon on YouTube and your favorite podcast app. I look forward to chatting with you more about what's happening in Springdale today.
During the Great Depression, nothing came easy. But with just 5 cents, an old truck, and a load of hay, John Tyson and his family found a way to deliver quality chicken to other hardworking people. Today, Tyson continues to find new ways to help put a chicken in every pot. Because people deserve farm-raised chicken of the highest quality. At Tyson, we remain committed to this simple promise: to always keep it real, to always keep it Tyson.
I'm Don Strubing. It's because of the generosity of people like you we are able to fully support the Fuel and Feed program. For this, we thank you and appreciate your help. I support Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
My name is Zach Arns. I'm voice of the Springdale Bulldogs. Thank you for donating to the Fuel and Feed program. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
The Fuel and Feed program raises money to help pay for pregame and postgame meals for kids and coaches. In addition, we raise funds to buy athletic footwear for the students to compete in. I'm Donald Tucker, Executive Director of the Springdale Athletic Foundation. Please take this time to help our students and coaches. Visit the link on the screen to donate now.
On behalf of Springdale Schools Athletics, I want to say thank you.
Thank you for your support.
What's the only thing better than ordering your Whataburger favorites right on your phone? Earning free Whataburger while doing it. Download the Whataburger app to get started, just like you like it.
Food that is fresh, full of flavor, and all for a good cause can only come from Tacos for Life in Springdale. Enjoy delicious tacos for a cause. When you buy a meal, Tacos for Life donates the proceeds to provide a meal to starving children. Download the Tacos for Life app for ongoing promotions and free food for our friends right here in Springdale. Great food for a great cause. Tacos for Life, 1210 JTL Parkway in Springdale.
Ozarks Go from Ozarks Electric Cooperative is leading the fiber revolution, connecting the divide with high-speed broadband access to close that gap. From cloud to cloud, post to post, from downtown to way out of town, to connect our customers to a world of blazing speed and access to absolutely everywhere. It's our customers connected.
Thank you for supporting the Fuel and Feet program. I'm Cassie Lloyd, the head volleyball coach at Har-Ber High School, and without your help, this program would not be possible. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
My name is Brandy Davis, girls basketball coach at Central Junior High. Thank you for donating to the Fuel and Feet program. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
The Fuel and Feed program raises money to help pay for pregame and postgame meals for kids and coaches. In addition, we raise funds to buy athletic footwear for the students to compete in. I'm Donald Tucker, Executive Director of the Springdale Athletic Foundation. Please take this time to help our students and coaches. Visit the link on the screen to donate now.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your generosity.
Goodbye, paperwork. Hello, convenience. Farewell, waiting. Hello, personal service. Catch you later, dreaming. Hello, planning. Buy your dream home, connect with a personal banker, and easily schedule an appointment with digital tools from Arvest Bank. Goodbye limits, hello possibilities.
Accidents are never planned. But no matter how small, every emergency that involves a child is a big deal. It's everything. That's why we're here. Arkansas Children's Northwest offers the only pediatric emergency room in Northwest Arkansas, with fast access, pediatric experts, and kid-sized care. Peace of mind when you need it most.
Thank you for supporting the Fuel and Feet program. I'm Jared Park. Without your help, this program would not be possible. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
Hi, my name is Brett Hobbs. I'm the head football coach at Springdale High School. Thank you for making an investment into the future of athletics in our community of Springdale. We support Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
The Fuel and Feed program raises money to help pay for pregame and postgame meals for kids and coaches. In addition, we raise funds to buy athletic footwear for the students to compete in. I'm Donald Tucker, Executive Director of the Springdale Athletic Foundation. Please take this time to help our students and coaches. Visit the link on the screen to donate now.
Thank you for your support.
On behalf of Springdale Schools Athletics, I want to say thank you.
My name is Adobe, and this is my Chick-fil-A success story. When I started as a team member, I was pretty shy and struggled with my confidence. And now, that same shy person, she owns her own Chick-fil-A restaurant.
Sometimes a dream car has nothing to do with horsepower or performance.
My dream car is the one that gets me to my job every day. The one that lets me help a friend in need.
I didn't think I had the credit. My credit score wasn't that good. But Car-Mart believed in me.
They believed in me. My dream car, a 2016 Nissan Sentra. What's yours?
America's Car Mart. You keep the dream, and we'll keep you on the road.
I'm Jason Jones, principal at Springdale High School. Thank you for making an investment into the future of athletics in our community of Springdale. We support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
Thank you for supporting the Fuel and Feet program. I am Paul Gree, principal at Har-Ber High School. Without your help, this program would not be possible. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
The Fuel and Feed program raises money to help pay for pregame and postgame meals for kids and coaches. In addition, we raise funds to buy athletic footwear for the students to compete in. I'm Donald Tucker, Executive Director of the Springdale Athletic Foundation. Please take this time to help our students and coaches. Visit the link on the screen to donate now.
Thank you for your support.
On behalf of Springdale School Athletics, I want to say thank you.
Hometown. That word still means something here. It means we're neighbors. We do the right thing. We care about your family. And you deserve the very best every time you walk in the front door. Hobbs. Hometown fresh.
Arkansans appreciate community. We work and raise families, care for our neighbors, and come together in good times and bad. At First Security, that local strength is what we love best about our home state. There is commitment here, and heart, and hope. Thank you to everyone who is standing together, learning from one another, and making Arkansas a place we all love to call home. We're proud to be your community bank.
My name is Eric Burnett. I am the Assistant Athletic Director for the Springdale School District. I am so grateful for your donations to the Fuel and Feet program. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
My name is Chris Wood, Assistant Athletic Director of the Springdale School District. It's because of the generosity of people like you, we are able to fully support the Fuel and Feet program. For this, we thank you and appreciate your help. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
The Fuel and Feed program raises money to help pay for pregame and postgame meals for kids and coaches. In addition, we raise funds to buy athletic footwear for the students to compete in. I'm Donald Tucker, Executive Director of the Springdale Athletic Foundation. Please take this time to help our students and coaches. Visit the link on the screen to donate now.
Thank you for your support.
On behalf of Springdale Schools Athletics, I want to say thank you.
Hello and welcome. My name is Donald Tucker. In an effort to continue to provide for our students and connect families across the country, this year we are taking our efforts to a whole new level. Our commitment to the district's children is unwavering. We believe that athletics plays a vital role in the personal growth, character development, and overall well-being. That's why we need your help today. By partnering with us, you become an integral part of our journey to empower and uplift these young athletes. Visit our website, www.springdaleathleticfoundation.org, where you can find out more information about our organization, our impact, and how you can help support. So I invite you to stand with us, partner with the Springdale Athletic Foundation, and be a part of something truly special. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of our district kids and ensure that Springdale sports continues to set the standards in athletics across the state.
Shot on the way, and good!
Hello and welcome. Effort to continue to provide for our students.
Goodbye, guessing. Hello, confidence.
This year we are taking our efforts family level.
So long, stress. Hello, security. Farewell, running to the bank. Hello, banking from anywhere. Get a quick view of your balance, lock lost debit cards, and quickly deposit checks anywhere, anytime with the highly rated Arvest Go mobile app from Arvest Bank. Goodbye, limits. Hello, possibilities.
Visit our website, www.springdaleathleticfoundation.org. You can find out more information about our organization, our impact, how you can help us. We invite you to stand with us. Come into the Springdale Athletic Foundation. Be part of something truly special. Together, we make a difference in the lives of our district leaders.
Hi, I'm Mary Jordan.
Hello. and
Springdale
welcome.
Public
My name
Schools
is
is launching a
Tucker.
free weekly podcast called Springdale Today, which will feature news relevant to Springdale families. Springdale Today will feature educational news, district staff and students, as well as influential members of the Springdale community. I hope you'll join us as the free Springdale Today podcast premieres Wednesday, September 11th at noon on YouTube and your favorite podcast app. I look forward to chatting with you more about what's happening in Springdale today.
During the Great Depression, nothing came easy. But with just 5 cents, an old truck, and a load of hay, John Tyson and his family found a way to deliver quality chicken to other hardworking people. Today, Tyson continues to find new ways to help put a chicken in every pot. Because people deserve farm-raised chicken of the highest quality. At Tyson, we remain committed to this simple promise: to always keep it real, to always keep it Tyson.
I'm Don Strubing. It's because of the generosity of people like you we are able to fully support the Fuel and Feed program. For this, we thank you and appreciate your help. I support Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
My name is Zach Arns. I'm voice of the Springdale Bulldogs. Thank you for donating to the Fuel and Feed program. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
The Fuel and Feed program raises money to help pay for pregame and postgame meals for kids and coaches. In addition, we raise funds to buy athletic footwear for the students to compete in. I'm Donald Tucker, Executive Director of the Springdale Athletic Foundation. Please take this time to help our students and coaches. Visit the link on the screen to donate now.
On behalf of Springdale Schools Athletics, I want to say thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Ladies and gentlemen, people from around the world looking for Wildcat Studios for our Taco Restaurant to be visiting Springdale Bulldogs and your Har-Ber Wildcats. Tonight is Teacher Appreciation Night. We
would like to ask that all Springdale School District teachers, past and present, please stand as we say thank you for making a difference in the lives of our kids. Your positive impact does not go unnoticed, and we are truly grateful. Thank you again for all the teachers in this amazing district. This being such an important matchup, we are going to do things a little bit out of order tonight. Pre-game performances are going to be by the Har-Ber Silver Stars, and both Har-Ber and Springdale.
What's the only thing better than ordering your Whataburger favorites right on your phone? Earning free Whataburger while doing it. Download the Whataburger app to get started, just like you like it.
Ozarks Go from Ozarks Electric Cooperative is leading the fiber revolution, connecting the divide with high-speed broadband access to close that gap. From cloud to cloud, post to post, from downtown to way out of town, to connect our customers to a world of blazing speed and access to absolutely everywhere. It's our customers connected.
Thank you for supporting the Fuel and Feet program. I'm Cassie Lloyd, the head volleyball coach at Har-Ber High School, and without your help, this program would not be possible. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
My name is Brandy Davis, girls basketball coach at Central Junior High. Thank you for donating to the Fuel and Feet program. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
The Fuel and Feed program raises money to help pay for pregame and postgame meals for kids and coaches. In addition, we raise funds to buy athletic footwear for the students to compete in. I'm Donald Tucker, Executive Director of the Springdale Athletic Foundation. Please take this time to help our students and coaches. Visit the link on the screen to donate now.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your generosity.
Goodbye, paperwork. Hello, convenience. Farewell, waiting. Hello, personal service. Catch you later, dreaming. Hello, planning. Buy your dream home, connect with a personal banker, and easily schedule an appointment with digital tools from Arvest Bank. Goodbye limits, hello possibilities.
Accidents are never planned. But no matter how small, every emergency that involves a child is a big deal. It's everything. That's why we're here. Arkansas Children's Northwest offers the only pediatric emergency room in Northwest Arkansas, with fast access, pediatric experts, and kid-sized care. Peace of mind when you need it most.
And now your Har-Ber alma mater. Up next for your pregame entertainment, the Har-Ber Silver Stars. And now, please welcome to the field the nationally ranked Har-Ber Silver Stars. They're being led on the field by Captain Brooklyn Gibson. And the winner.
And up next, for your pregame entertainment, please welcome the Har-Ber High and Springdale High cheers.
Amazing collaboration between both of these cheer squads. One more time, let's make some noise.
Sometimes a dream car has nothing to do with horsepower or performance.
My dream car is the one that gets me to my job every day. The one that lets me help a friend in need.
I didn't think I had the credit. My credit score wasn't that good. But Car-Mart believed in me.
They believed in me. My dream car? A 2016 Nissan Sentra. What's yours?
America's Car-Mart. You keep the dream, and we'll keep you on the road.
I'm Jason Jones, principal at Springdale High School. Thank you for making an investment into the future of athletics in our community of Springdale. We support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
Thank you for supporting the Fuel and Feet program. I am Paul Gree, principal at Har-Ber High School. Without your help, this program would not be possible. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
The Fuel and Feed program raises money to help pay for pregame and postgame meals for kids and coaches. In addition, we raise funds to buy athletic footwear for the students to compete in. I'm Donald Tucker, Executive Director of the Springdale Athletic Foundation. Please take this time to help our students and coaches. Visit the link on the screen to donate now.
Thank you for your support.
On behalf of Springdale School Athletics, I want to say thank you.
Hometown. That word still means something here. It means we're neighbors. We do the right thing. We care about your family. And you deserve the very best every time you walk in the front door. Hobbs. Hometown fresh.
Tonight's broadcast of the Big One City matchup between the Har-Ber Wildcats and the Springdale Bulldogs is proudly presented by the Springdale Athletic Foundation, building opportunities and fueling school spirit across our community. Tonight's coverage is brought to you by Chick-fil-A Springdale, serving fresh, delicious meals with a smile. By Tyson Foods, proudly feeding our athletes, families, and fans. And by Crane Automotive, your hometown team for all things automotive. The stage is set, the rivalry is alive, and it's time for Friday Night Lights in Springdale, Arkansas. Welcome to the One City Game.
We're at Har-Ber Wildcat Stadium, ladies and gentlemen, on another conference game tonight, and we're in the middle of the coin toss. We welcome you into Wildcat Stadium tonight. Brad Spurlock, along with Zach Arns, voice of the Bulldogs. I'm the voice of the Har-Ber Wildcats, and we're here for the coin toss tonight, brought to you by Crane Automotive. And we'll introduce the captains tonight. First, for the Har-Ber Wildcats, we've got number 99, Javari McKinley, 47, Chris Ramirez, and number 52, Kenan Teff. And for the Bulldogs, I'm going to turn it over to my broadcasting partner. This is Zach Arns.
Thank you, Brad. The captains for tonight for Springdale, Easton Hahn, Carson Hayter, Rancel, Eliana, Jacoby Mason. Looks like Springdale has won the toss. We'll see what their choice is.
Dale has won the toss. And to further
All righty, there we go. There's the first decision of the night from Coach Brett Hobbs and the Springdale Bulldogs. They've won the toss. They have chosen to defer, and that means that the Har-Ber Wildcats will get the football first. So Springdale's going to send out the kick team. And, you know, Brad, you don't have to build these ones up very much. You've got a big crowd. This is probably the biggest crowd these kids are going to play in front of really, in 2025. The teams are ready to come out, and, man, it's time to kick this thing off. We only get to do this a couple times a year, and these games are special.
Absolutely. We want to welcome everyone to the broadcast tonight and let you know that, there was a highway that was constructed and completed this year, and it separates the two schools, Springdale and Har-Ber. And we got a 10-minute separation between the two teams, the Bulldogs and the Wildcats. Two schools, two teams, and one city. The Battle of Springdale begins tonight here on the Springdale Athletic Foundation television broadcast. Let's talk a little bit about Har-Ber last night. They went to Rogers Heritage, was able to secure a victory, a good conference victory, 35-3. We saw the running game come back to life. And so, once again, we want to see the Har-Ber Wildcats and their fans want to see this continue on tonight. But also, they're going to have to face this Springdale defense. So, Zach, tell us a little bit about Springdale.
Yeah, Springdale's coming off a loss at homecoming to a very, very good Bentonville West team. Bentonville West, one of the best teams in the state of Arkansas. Springdale hung in there for a while, had some opportunities after the first quarter, just down a touchdown. Convert on some critical third downs. Couldn't get Bentonville West off the field, and those are things that Springdale has sort of dealt with all season long. You talk about Springdale, you're going to start with Carson Hayter, number 9. Right now, the guys that make run game. Pass game is where they've been a little bit. Number 2, DJ Manuel. He is one of the best sophomores in the state of Arkansas. He plays sort of that island corner. They're going to isolate him on the best receiver on the opposing team, and he's going to cause some havoc. And another guy just to keep an eye on that's a lot of fun to watch is Easton Hahn, number 26.
Absolutely. And going back to the Wildcats after their game last week, Reed McAllister, who is their workhorse for this offense, got back on track last week, and he rushed for over 100 yards, and he did a great job on that offense, 159 yards. But he also had one touchdown, caught a few passes as well, so he is definitely going to be the workhorse. And here come the Har-Ber Wildcats. Listen to this crowd, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of excitement in the air for this game tonight, and we're glad that you're here with us on the Springdale Athletic Foundation television network. Springdale will be set to receive. They are in their home blue jerseys, navy blue jerseys, white pants, white helmets. Springdale comes in their white uniforms, gray helmets.
Yep, these are their throwbacks to the old Gerald Williams Bulldogs. Just one little tweak there with the gray helmets. And A.J. Woods is going to tee it up for Springdale. This is a guy that has one of the strongest legs you're going to see. 65% of his kickoffs in 2025 go for touchbacks. Not much of a wind tonight. It's a beautiful night here in Northwest Arkansas. Temperature in the low 70s. We're going to be dropping down to the 50s by the time we get out of here. And I believe we are finally ready for football. And with the call of the first quarter, the voice of the Wildcats, Brad Spurlock.
We are excited once again for this game. A lot of people here in the stadium tonight to see a great ball game between these two. And one thing that we will make mention of, we talked about that new highway, a new road. This road's going to lead to somebody having a head up in the playoff race going forward.
2 wins get you in.
Absolutely.
That's what these teams are looking for.
And here's the kickoff. Kickoff's going deep. And it looks like it's going to sail into the end zone just as Zach has called it, and we're going to have our first offensive series on the 20-yard line. Coming out to start off with the Wildcats, Bryce Owens, quarterback. Once again, Reed McAllister will be your fullback, running back, wide receivers, Trace and Wright. We also have Austin Sandoval, Zach Miller, Greer Graham. They're all a part of the offensive rotation. And the big guys up front, we've got Hudson Mayhew, Perry Lewis, Mark Ballard, Matt Graham, and also Aiden Aguilar, who will be starting in for right tackle tonight. Ball will be placed at the 20-yard line, 1st and 10. They will be going left to right on your television screen. And this is one city football right here.
This is what we've been waiting for all year. It should be a good physical game. Looking forward to it.
Bryce Owens, he's going to drop back to pass first thing. He's going to take a shot to Sandoval down the field. Gets bumped a little bit, but it falls incomplete. And it's going to bring up 2nd down.
DJ Manuel there on the coverage. Interesting that Har-Ber's chosen to go right at DJ. He is Springdale's best cover corner. And, you run that 3 verts with the guy underneath. Bryce Owens took a good shot there from Junior Rodriguez, but stands in, delivers football. And now everybody's got that first hit out of the way. Now the jitters are gone.
So it's going to bring up 2nd down. Ball's going to be placed at the far hash for the Wildcats. Owens calls it out, hands off this time to McAllister up the middle. There's that Springdale defense, shuts him down maybe for a yard gain. Once again, trying to find a hole up the middle was closed quickly for that defense.
Easton Hahn, Shem Paul right there in the middle of that Springdale defense. Those are 2 really good, really experienced linebackers, 2 of the top tacklers on the Springdale defense.
They're saying he picked up 2 yards, so right off the bat, we've got a pivotal 3rd down here in this rivalry game, 3rd and 8. That's Greer Graham in motion, going left to right. He throws out, and the pass is incomplete. Was intended for Graham. That time Owens rolls it out to the right and finds it incomplete. So big stop by that Bulldog defense first thing, and we're going to see a punt by the Wildcats.
Yeah, Springdale pretty good on 3rd downs this year, 53% stop rate. And there you see the 3 and out. And that's sort of what Coach Brett Hobbs was looking for. Got some pressure on Bryce Owens, good coverage in the back end, and Springdale looks like they're going to get the football here. Now, dropping back for Springdale is a man who is incredibly dangerous. Easton Hahn, middle linebacker.
Middle linebacker.
Don't see this very often. You see a young man play middle linebacker back in punt formation.
Owens gets the punt away. A little high punt. Takes a good Wildcat bounce. And Hahn picks it up in the midst of some Wildcats, but he did pick it up, get a little bit yard, so we're going to have him stopped about the 40, 45-yard line of the Wildcats, where Springdale will take over 1st and 10.
Yeah, and look, the Springdale offense is their grounded pound. You're going to see a lot of this is going to go quick. We're not going to see the ball go in the air very often. It's led by Carson Hayter. As I mentioned, he's a Harding commit. Guy that makes this thing go is Wilder Larice, averaging about 112 yards per game in the backfield.
Harder's going to bring up the Springdale Bulldogs up to the line of scrimmage, 1st and 10. Ball's placed to the near hash, and they will be going right to left on our television screen. He's in the pistol formation, and he's going to keep it. He's going to have a pitch this time. Comes around right in, and that's Larice. Got a little bit, Larice coming around right side. Pickup of about 30 yards on the play on the first play, so good run by the Springdale Bulldogs.
And one of the things that Coach Hobbs has talked about is how much pressure Har-Ber can bring, and this is the risk you run, is if they get it outside the hash marks to Wilder and Carson, those are guys that can take it the distance.
35-yard pickup on Larice's first option play. And 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. Big play for the Bulldogs. Once again, a man in motion. Larice, once again, he bulls his way in. Jake Adams there for the stop for the Wildcats this time. Shorter gain, but a pickup of about 3 yards, but bulled him straight ahead on that defensive line.
Yeah, one of the things you're going to have to this offense is hard to replicate in practice. The speed with which Springdale can run it. It may take a series or 2 to kind of understand the ball fakes and the motion and all the things that Springdale's going to throw at you. It is very, very difficult to replicate, and it does take a little bit of time.
Those bring up 2nd down and 7 for the Bulldogs. This time, once again, is going to be a handoff to Larice. And he is brought down. We got a penalty flag on the play.
You can kind of see what Springdale's MO is here. They're going to pound, and then they're going to try and get it on the outside. And we wait for the flag.
That may be Oriana on the carry that time. I do apologize. But we'll wait for the penalty.
Personal foul, face mask, number 24 on the defense. Half the distance to the goal. Result, first down.
And there's the first big break of the ball game. Face mask, that was Jake Adams on the penalty. And that's going to be half the distance to the goal, and it'll be a first down. First and goal inside the red zone for the Bulldogs. Marching on their first possession here of the ball game. 9:50 left to play in the first quarter. Man in motion once again, that's Ariano. And now we've got another penalty flag down. They're showing touchdown on the play, but we do have a penalty flag. We'll see what the penalty flag is. But they did motion for a touchdown, so we'll see what that penalty flag is.
One of the things you got to keep an eye on here in the first couple of minutes, it looks like it's going to go against Har-Ber. One of the things that you have to keep, you have to manage your emotions. In a game like this, you've got to manage your emotions. And you see, look, effort plays, you can almost deal with the with penalties on effort plays. And another face masking call.
So the touchdown's going to stand. It's going to be a 6-0 lead right now. The Bulldogs have over the Wildcats. And we've got the extra point from A.J. Woods. Zach made mention of him, just what a prolific kicker that he is for the Bulldogs.
15 out of 16 on extra
Personal
points.
foul.
Missed his first one last
Face
week.
mask on the defense. The touchdown is good. The 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
That's a big one. With A.J.'s leg, he can pop it up and drop it, inside that 5-yard line. I'm sure he'll just bang it out of the back of the end zone, and Springdale will give it a shot from there.
Woods lines up for the extra point. Snaps back, hold is down, kick is up, and it is good. His streak continues, and we've got 9:40 left to play here in the first quarter. Springdale takes a 7-0 lead over the Wildcats. We will take a timeout with them. You're watching the Battle of Springdale on the Springdale Athletic Foundation broadcast.
My name is Adobe, and this is my Chick-fil-A success story. When I started as a team member, I was pretty shy and struggled with my confidence. And now, that same shy person, she owns her own Chick-fil-A restaurant.
All right, we are back here at Wildcat Stadium. Springdale takes a 4-play, 55-yard drive on that, finish it off with a 7-yard run. And now they have the benefit of the penalty, 15 yards, and this might be a little chip shot for A.J. Woods to kick this.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what they do. Do you pop it up?
Yes.
Or you can squib it. You can onside it.
Onside.
You do a lot of different things here. My guess is A.J.'s just going to bang it out of the back of the end zone. Well, they're going to go ahead and they're going to try the onside kick, and Springdale's got the
I think
football.
they got it back.
They do.
I think that did go 10 yards, and there's a scrum at the bottom, but I think it did go 10 yards, and I think it was A.J. Woods that picked it up.
A.J. is, I talked to Coach Hobbs a lot about A.J. He is he's a football player. He's not just a kicker, he's a football player.
Well, the Bulldogs have gained some momentum here in the first quarter. The Wildcat defense looking to step up. One thing that we've always talked to Coach Dannenhower is the slow starts for this team, and it's usually on offense. Defense is getting a little bit of a test right here in the first quarter.
Yeah, and again, you're managing your emotions here. And,
Yep.
and for Har-Ber, they'll settle down and get back into this, but what you can't do is let this become sort of a tidal wave. You can't let Springdale just have their way. You've got to stand tall here. You've got to at least try and force a field goal or less.
Hayter brings his offense back on the field. This time he drops back to pass. Going to take a shot. Got a man wide open. That looks like that is Easton Hahn for a 35-yard touchdown, 34-yard touchdown for the Bulldogs. Bulldogs have come out, and, boy, they've taken control of this game right off the bat.
Yeah, this is a team that plays well in the first quarter, and you can take a look at it here. I mean, it's a beautiful play fake. They run this play a lot. Easton Hahn right down the middle of the defense. It's just a tight end seam, and you're so conscious of stopping the run. That's the result.
The other thing Coach Dannenhower made mention of during our press conferences that we've had is the breakdown and the back coverages, and we've seen that. But now A.J. Woods is going to come back on for the extra point for Springdale. And the snap is down, it's up, and it is good again. Man, oh man, 9:31. We've had some fireworks the first 2 minutes of this game, and Springdale leads 14-0. We'll take another quick timeout. We'll be back. You're watching the Battle of Springdale on the Springdale Athletic Foundation broadcast.
Arkansans appreciate community. We work and raise families, care for our neighbors, and come together in good times and bad. At First Security, that local strength is what we love best about our home state. There is commitment here, and heart, and hope. Thank you to everyone who is standing together, learning from one another, and making Arkansas a place we all love to call home. We're proud to be your community bank.
We are back here at Har-Ber Wildcat Stadium. Springdale just had a one-play, 34-yard throw and catch, and they're up 14-0, and A.J. Woods is set up to kick it off. He kicks it off and once again sails it into the end zone.
He's been the busiest guy here in the first quarter. A.J.'s been all over the place. Got a fumble recovery, got 2 extra points, and a couple of kickoffs here. Now, if you're Har-Ber, you just got to settle down.
Absolutely.
Hey, look, Springdale comes out fast. They've outscored their opponents here in the first quarter in 2025, 30-27. It's been the second quarter, which has kind of been their bugaboo. They've been outscored 62-33. So if you're Har-Ber, look, you got to settle down. Have to settle down, and you've got to get something on this drive to sort of reestablish some control.
And that's what Har-Ber's MO has been over the year, is the second quarter on. They've been doing a great job of settling down and getting back into the ball game, which they're going to have to do here. 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. And now they're going to have it to Reed McAllister around right side. Got a little bit of room. Butts is outside, still on his feet, pushed out of bounds. And he looks like he's going to pick up of about 9. We'll call it, they're going to call, he stepped out of bounds ahead of time. So pick up a 5, 2nd and 5 for the Wildcats.
Yeah, and that's just sort of reestablishing control. Lean on that big offensive line. Keep the clock moving, but you've got to get that physical nature. Springdale's come out there flying around. You've got to be able to sort of beat that now and reestablish the line of scrimmage.
Well, it's the 25-yard line. It's again handoff to Reed McAllister. He breaks 1 tackle, falls down around the 28, so it's going to be a pickup of about 3. I know this is early in the first quarter, but I would say this is a critical play here. 3rd and 2 for the Wildcat offense.
Yeah, 0 of 1 so far. So again, Springdale comes in with about a 53% stop rate on 3rd downs. They've been pretty good, but what has gotten them from time to time is the mobile quarterback sitting back and then picking up the 1st down and then yards after that.
Owens does a good job running this offense. Sometimes we'll run out of this. Now, once again, this is going to be McAllister around left side, and he runs over a few people that time. And he's going to pick up the 1st down for the Wildcats. Big 1st down for this offense.
That's a 10-yard pickup, and that's going to be, I think that's going to be the MO here for Har-Ber as going forward, is you've got to slow this game down, meet Springdale's physicality, and hand the ball to McAllister.
McAllister's been the workhorse for these guys. Now they're going to break it, and they're going to have empty backfield. They've got trips to the left side. Now that's Sandoval in motion. It's going to be a jet sweep around right side. And he breaks 1 tackle and able to pick up a few yards. Shem Paul had him in the backfield for a moment, escapes that, but it brought down. Pick up a 4 yards on the play.
Yeah, it's a good play there by Sandoval just to get something out of nothing. Springdale had that one hemmed in pretty well. And, you get a couple of yards on 1st down, just keep those chains moving. That's what you're looking for.
So here's where we saw the difference last week. We've got and a bad snap in the backfield. Owens looking, he drops the ball. And Springdale picks it up. That's Shem Paul for the Bulldogs. And, boy, the Bulldogs are on fire right now.
They are playing really well right now. This is, the energy in the building's kind of, is now on the far side. And if you're Springdale, you've got to keep taking advantage of this. We know how explosive Har-Ber is. They've got to take advantage of this and keep the momentum going. They're going to get the ball at the 32-yard line. You're back in Har-Ber territory. This is one of those moments where you can start to really I would watch for a shot play here, possibly Orion Leatu.
So the Bulldogs are going to have the ball, 32-yard line of Har-Ber. They have basically controlled this, and we've said this from the onset. Har-Ber's had a problem with the first quarter penalties and fumbles, and it rears its ugly head again. This is Oriana once again. And he's dropped there.
Good play there, yeah, the Kayshawn Holder. Yep. That's a big man in the middle of that defense that Springdale's going to have to deal with. He caused them problems last year in the ball game, and you're going to have to, Springdale's going to have to keep going in there. But Kayshawn Holder right there wins the battle and forces a 2nd and long.
No gain on the play, 2nd and 10. Wildcats looking to stiffen up here. Maybe get the ball back. Hold Springdale with at least a field goal attempt, but we've saw AJ. He's capable of making these long field goals. Hader drops back to pass. He throws it, and that is going to be incomplete. That was Easton Hahn on the attempted pass. Falls incomplete, so Big third down for now for this Wildcat defense.
And if you're Springdale here, this is not where you want to be. There aren't a lot of plays in this playbook
Number 24
for third down and 10.
5-yard penalty.
Okay, now they're going to get it for the
second
penalty.
down.
So going to back them up. It'll be second down, and that's, if you're Har-Ber, you want to keep pushing them back. Put them in second and long. Keep Springdale behind the sticks. This offense isn't built for 2nd and 15. It's built for 2nd and 5.
Looks like they had either legal procedure or lined up off sides or had too many in the backfield. So it is a 5-yard penalty.
Springdale comes in averaging 8 penalties a game, and that is something that Coach Hobbs certainly wants to work on.
Springdale comes empty backfield. Harder is in the pistol formation. Drops back to pass, quarterback draw. He's got a little bit of room up the middle. And he is stopped there. And that is number 25 for the Wildcats, and that is Lucas Cahill on the stop.
And Springdale get the penalty yardage back plus some. And the one thing you don't realize about Carson is how strong he is. You see him, he's probably about 5'9". He's about 175, 180 pounds, but he very rarely goes down on first contact. And he's kind of the wild card of this. You know about Wilder Larice, you know about Rancel Oriana. And then all of a sudden, here comes Carson. Had 195 yards against Van Buren earlier this year. He can carry the football.
Picks up of 8 yards on the play. Third down, once again, a big third down for this Wildcat defense. Looking to slow down Springdale's momentum this time. And now we've got a penalty flag on the play, stoppage of play.
Yeah, this has been Springdale's bugaboo for most of the first half of this season, are these unforced penalties.
Prior to the snap, false start. Number 78 on the offense. 5-yard penalty, remains third down.
False start for Springdale that pushes them back 5 yards, so brings up 3rd and 12 for the Bulldogs on the 34-yard line. Ball's placed in the middle of the field. Exciting first quarter for the Bulldog fans. Wildcats are trying to do everything they can, their fans, to get them encouraged to make a stop here. So, once again, a lot of fireworks on the Springdale side here in the first quarter.
Yeah, this is going to be 3rd down and 12, and I expect this to be conservative at best. I think you're going to see Springdale probably run the football, and if they can get 5 or 6, they'll go for it on 4th down.
This time it is
did it again. That's another
false start.
Yeah, another false start penalty. Springdale has really been plagued by false start penalties this
Prior
season.
to the snap, false start. Number 34 on the offense. 5-yard penalty, 3rd.
Oriana may have been leaning just a little bit on the pre-snap there, but it's going to back them up 5 yards. 3rd and 17.
8 penalties per game, already at 3 here in the first quarter, and this is just Springdale's a very young football team. That's I think something we've talked to Coach Johnson and I have talked about all season long. A lot of sophomores in that 2 deep.
So it's pushed them back up to around the 39-yard line. 3rd down, 17. Harder waiting on the snap, rolls out to his right, going to throw back into the middle. Looked like that was set up for a screen for Hahn, falls incomplete. So the Wildcats have a big stop here. It's 4th down.
Now it's decision time. We were watching AJ during the pregame. He can hit from 50. This would be long. It looks like he's coming in. They're sending the punt team in, it looks like.
AJ is the punter as well.
He is. Averages about 42.5.
No, they're lining up for field goal.
They're going to put it down to 46, so we're talking 56 yards. He's 5 for 5 on the season with 2 47-yarders. He's got the range. Now can the mechanics of the rest of this operation, D.L. Morton, the holder, can this hold up?
A.J. Woods going for a 56-yard field goal to extend this lead. We have seen him in practice. He has got the leg for this. We'll see what takes place here on the field goal attempt. There's the snap. It's down. The kick is up. It's got some distance, and it is
my goodness, 56 yards. A.J. Woods, that is a career long. Wow.
A.J. Wood has been the star of the first quarter here. He has made 2 extra points, a onside kick recovery, a 56-yard field goal. That makes it 17-0. Zach, what do you say about this? I mean, Springdale just come on and took over this.
Yeah, and Har-Ber shooting themselves in the foot.
Yes.
Here in the first quarter, you got the onside kick recovery, the turnover, the quick 3 and out. They've just got to settle down. For Springdale, you got to keep going. I mean, you're playing at 100 miles an hour right now. You need to keep that going. And, it starts with this defensive possession. Look, Har-Ber, you got 3.5 quarters still to go. You would take a look at the 56-yard field goal. I mean, he got it.
You talked about mechanics. It was right there.
Yeah.
And just barely went over the crossbar. But, man, what a leg this young man has.
Yeah, RJ is
stays perfect. Is that right?
6 for 6 on the year. Now a career-long 56-yard field goal.
And he lines up for the kickoff. Back deep for the Wildcats, Zach Miller. And he's going to watch this go over his head. And it goes into the end zone. So Har-Ber needs to settle down a little bit. We've talked about this once again. We've seen where they've had some bad snaps in the earlier games this year, and that's one thing that Coach Bray Cook and I have talked about, just to settle down, get their composure. Second quarter, they seemed like to relax a little bit, but boy, they're digging themselves in a big hole right now.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you want to do, especially in a rivalry game, because the emotion never goes out of it. I wouldn't expect Springdale to relax. Har-Ber's just got to execute, and I think it's, again, we talked about it the last drive. It starts with this drive, but holding them to 3 and a 56-yard field goal, they should feel pretty good about that.
This is what we saw last week. Had 2 in the backfield. He's got Wright out of the backfield on that wheel route. He's got the completion. Bryce Owens to Drayson Wright down at the 45-yard of Springdale, and there's the big play that Har-Ber's looking for.
Yeah, just nice wheel route, a simple wheel route. Marcus Copeland was in good position. It was just a better throw. It's one of those things where just an athlete making a play.
We saw that alignment last week. He lined up in the backfield along with Jack Gilder. They ran out of that. This time they throw the pass. Now they're up on the ball quick. Owen scrambles, comes up the middle, makes a man miss. He's got a little bit of room, finding some blockers. Out to the right side, makes another one. He steps out of bounds.
This is what has killed Springdale this year, is the mobile quarterback. Once he gets through that initial rush, Springdale's got the pressure. Once he gets loose, that then it becomes playground football, and Springdale's had a lot of trouble getting the quarterback on the ground.
Bryce Owen, 16 yards on the ball carry, and he picks it up, and he's down to the 29-yard line. This is the deepest penetration right now on the Wildcat offense, looking to answer this Bulldog onslaught in the very beginning of the first quarter. Reed McAllister in the backfield. This time it's a handoff to McAllister around left side, finds a little bit of hole and runs over a few people. Down the left hash.
I think Har-Ber's found something on the left side of their offensive line. It's a simple slant play. And McAllister, you're either going inside or outside. He's chosen outside a couple of times, and they're finding room on that on the right side of the Springdale defense.
Jay Glenn for the Bulldogs looked like he was in on the stop.
And Jay's been out a couple weeks. Good to have him back. He's 6'3", 245. That's a young man that Springdale really likes a lot. He just hadn't played a lot of football.
Pickup of 11. Another set of downs. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. Again, there's a handoff up the middle. This time he takes that left side, got a little bit of room. He travels, and he goes into the end zone for the Har-Ber Wildcat touchdown, just what the doctor ordered. And now we've got a ball game, 17-6 here with 4:21 left to play.
Yeah, and that's the medicine you needed. After kind of being on roller skates here for the first 8 minutes of the quarter, you get the touchdown, and now you got a chance to cut this thing down to 10.
40 Rolling Reynolds in for the extra point. Will Croft is the holder. You want to have an exciting football game. We've got it here in the first quarter in the Battle of Springdale. Reynolds' extra point is up, and it is good. 4:21 left to play here in the first quarter. Springdale still leads. The Har-Ber gets on the scoreboard. Springdale leads 17-7. You're watching the Battle of Springdale on the Springdale Athletic Foundation broadcast. We are back here at Wildcat Stadium. Har-Ber gets on the scoreboard. 4:21 left to play in the first quarter, 17-7. 4 play, 80 yards for the Wildcat, just what they needed. And Reynolds is lined up to kick, does a little bit of a sky kick. And that ball bounces, and it's on the ground. And Har-Ber recovers it. We have seen some special teams play here on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, this has been a problem for Springdale all season long. These pop-up kicks, they turned it over a couple of times. And now, if you're Har-Ber, you've got momentum back. And certainly not not what Springdale wanted to see. Springdale special teams have really struggled in that particular area.
Kamoa Langalar was the one that recovered the recovery on the fumble on the kickoff. And we're going to see this again. Once again, just bounced kind of wrong here for Springdale.
It's one of those things you can't let it hit the ground.
Yeah.
And that has been, for whatever reason, Springdale has really struggled with that in 2025 with the ball just hitting the ground, and this has been the result here the last couple of times it's happened. But now you're set up great field position at the 24-yard line.
So Springdale had an injured player on the play. He is helped off the field, actually gets off on his own power. But Har-Ber's going to have another opportunity here inside the 25-yard line. We'll call it 24. 1st and 10. Big break for the Wildcats, who found themselves down 17-0 here in the first quarter. Able to score on their last possession. And now it's 17-7. And Har-Ber once again looking to add to their score now. And Bryce Owen brings his offense back on the field. That's Zach Miller in motion this time. Owens keeps it, brings it up the middle. And it's going to be a pickup of about 5 yards on the play. So it's going to be 2nd down and 5 for the Wildcats.
We have had a lot of action here for 8 minutes of football. It has been, I think, everything we kind of thought it was going to be. The fans are into it. A great crowd here at Wildcat Stadium. And now we got the football game we thought we were going to get.
Absolutely. And these two really mirror each other as far as some of the play calling goes. So it goes to show that they're just about the same. Now he's going to roll out to the left. Owens throws. He's got a man. That's Jack Gilder, the tight end's got a little bit of room. Bulls over someone, and we've got a touchdown. Har-Ber Wildcats, and that's a 20-yard touchdown. Owens to Jack Gilder.
And that's what you needed. If you're Springdale now, you're kind of reeling again. Turnover. It's the same thing that happened to Har-Ber in the first 8 minutes. And you take a look at it right here. I mean, just a simple flood route. And, you again, football players making a play, you get into the end zone. Now you get to be back in the ballgame.
Jack Gilder, who has shown himself here a little bit in the last few weeks, lining up in the backfield, at that time comes off his tight end position for the touchdown. And scores for 20 yards out, and now we've got the extra point on the way. Reynolds' extra point is up, and it is good. All of a sudden, we've got a brand-new ball game, one play, and we have a brand-new ball game. 17-14, Springdale over Har-Ber, and we'll be back right after these messages.
Goodbye, guessing. Hello, confidence. So long, stress. Hello, security. Farewell, running to the bank. Hello, banking from anywhere. Get a quick view of your balance, lock lost debit cards, and quickly deposit checks anywhere, anytime with the highly rated Arvest Go mobile app from Arvest Bank. Goodbye, limits. Hello, possibilities.
Back at Wildcat Stadium, and if you paid admission for this game, you have got your money's worth.
I don't know what the over-under was on this, but I think we're going to hit it in the first half. Now, look, if you're Springdale, you've got to figure this out because this has happened 3 weeks in a row. Balls hitting the ground on a kickoff is a cardinal sin. And now that Har-Ber's, and now they're going to try the onside kick, and they're going to try the little pop-up. And that's not going to go 10 yards, but I like the attempt.
Yes.
Springdale shaky on the special teams so far. I don't like that you're going to give it to him at the 50-yard line, but I think you take that shot right there.
So it's going to be a free kick that goes out of bounds against the Wildcats, so Springdale will take over here on their next possession.
Now, I think we've gotten a little bit now. We got a flag down, which will be for the out of bounds.
Kickoff was out of bounds. The penalty will be enforced 5 yards from the succeeding spot, 1st down.
Okay, so ball goes out at the 50-yard line. The penalty is post play, so Springdale will get the ball at the 45-yard line.
Big break for the Bulldogs here. We still have 3 minutes left to play here in the first quarter.
It's
Big
incredible.
contrast what we saw last week when Har-Ber went to Heritage. We saw 2 offensive series, and the first quarter was over with. So we've seen a lot of action here in this Battle of Springdale. Har-Ber hands it off this time. No, he hangs on the pitch. Oh, my goodness, what a tackle there in the backfield. That is Grayson Daspit. And he is brought down for about a 6-yard loss on the play.
Had it well defended on the perimeter, and tried the late pitch to Lyle Sampson. That's just one of those things you can't do. Sometimes discretion's a better part of valor. You take the 2 or 3 yard loss instead of the 5 yard loss. Springdale they're going to call it. They're going to call it a forward pass.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, Big break for the Bulldogs there.
Very big break.
Probably did not feel the break when he got tackled in the backfield, but it's still a break for the Bulldogs this time. And now we got another penalty flag in the backfield.
Prior to the snap, false start. Number 16 on the offense.
There's the 5 yards.
Remains second down.
You know, the Springdale has been mistake prone in both penalties, turnovers. You know, we're starting to see that youth start to rise up a little bit. Springdale's got to settle down. You know, we got 3:30 to go here in the first quarter. What feels like it's taken almost an hour to play the first quarter. Springdale's got to settle down.
Springdale had all the momentum in the first 10 minutes of this ball game. Excuse me, first 5 minutes of the ball game, and now we are seeing a few. There's the pitch this time for Springdale. And
Wilder Larice. And he is incredibly dangerous once he gets on the perimeter. It's 230 pounds coming at you. That is a good run by a good-looking junior for Springdale. Third in the conference in rushing.
Jake Adams on the stop, but that's going to be a pickup of 14 yards. Big third down for both sides now, 3rd and 1. Ball's placed at the 36. They are in Springdale territory, Har-Ber territory.
Springdale third downs have not been kind this year. 33% conversion rate. It's been one of those things that you just have not been able to master through 5 games.
Harder this time, hands it off to Larice. They met in the backfield, but he may have leaned forward enough to get the first down.
That's what 245 pounds of fullback will get you. That's what they were looking for, the 1-yard pickup. You move the sticks and start again.
That time that was Holder on the stop with a few others, but he muscled his way for the first down. Ball's placed at the 35-yard line, middle of the field.
All right, now here's something to keep an eye on. Har-Ber is coming closer and closer to the line of scrimmage. Orion Leatu, near side, number 11, one-on-one with a defensive back who's less than 6 feet tall.
And Harder's going back to pass. He's going to throw it out to the flat. That's Hahn. He's going to pick up about 8 yards on the play.
Second catch there for Easton. And they tried Orion on a post pattern. It was well picked up by the safety, but Carson checks down to his second receiver, and you keep the ball moving down the field.
2nd and 2, ball's placed on the far hash. We've got just a little over 2 minutes left to play here in the ball game or first quarter. Feels like a ball game already.
It feels like we've been here that long.
Now, people that's watched the old Springdale wing tee, 17-14 would be a good ball game. But here we are in the first quarter of this one, in the Battle of Springdale. This time it's a handoff. And that's going to be Larice. Larice, I'll get it right there. Larice, but he picks up enough for the first down for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Wilder's very, very difficult to bring down, and that is a guy. This is Springdale's offense, in a nutshell. This is exactly what they want to do. They want to just keep pounding you and pounding you and pounding you, and then eventually you're going to get Carson on the outside.
Ball's placed at the 24-yard line. Springdale looking to take a little more control of this ball game. They had the first 5 minutes. Now we see Harder. He lines up. He throws it out to the flat.
Yeah, looking for Leatu out there, and good pressure from Har-Ber on that. And if he can get Carson kind of off his spot, make him make one of those athletic throws rather than stand and plant. He had Leatu coming across on the deep over, and Carson just couldn't get it to him.
Har-Ber's able to roll him out a little bit, make it throw it off his back foot, so it's going to be incomplete. 2nd down and 10 for the Bulldog offense.
Springdale 9 carries, 88 yards here in the first quarter.
This time under center, and he's handed it off this time to Oriana.
And this is the offense I love, which is that parting offense where you've got your G-back going in motion and you're just pounding that fullback straight ahead. And you can see what it can get you on a 2nd and 10. It picks up 5 yards. It puts Springdale in an advantageous position.
You would say the playbook's pretty well wide open on this play for Springdale. This is what they like to do.
Springdale, by the way, 10 of 11 this season inside the red zone coming into the ball game. This is a very efficient offense once they get in here. They'll score touchdowns. I think they've got 2 field goals inside the 20-yard line, but they are hunting the end zone. This is what Springdale does.
Got 6 seconds left on the play clock. Going to be a quarterback draw this time. He's got a little bit of room. Skips over one man, and that's going to be a touchdown for Springdale. And that is going to be
Carson Hayter.
I've seen how many yards we had there. Yep.
20-yard touchdown.
20-yard touchdown for the Bulldogs.
And, you know, they instituted this last week. You can see it right here. I mean, Carson is so quick when he gets to the second level. Right here, I mean, he hits the gas and he's gone. But what they've started doing is spreading it out, sort of just running quarterback power. You know, to pull the guard around, or, you know, some people call it the G or whatever you want to call it. But you get Carson into that second level, man, he is hard to bring down.
Great run for the Springdale Bulldogs, which take a 23-14 lead. A.J. Woods on for the extra point attempt. And snaps back, hold is down, kick is up, and it is good. And the points continue to pile. 26 seconds left to play. 24-14 Bulldogs over the Wildcats. We'll take another timeout. Come back and join us. You're watching the Battle of Springdale here on the Springdale Athletic Foundation broadcast. Five-play, 45-yard touchdown for the Springdale Bulldogs. Zach, we've seen 112 yards this first quarter.
Yeah, Springdale's running the ball really, really well. Now, I mean, not to be outdone, they put up 154 yards here in the first quarter. Har-Ber with 118, doing it in different ways, but results are the same. We got 38 points in the first quarter. I haven't seen that many points in this matchup in quite some time.
This is true. This is true. Kick goes into the end zone. A.J. Woods once again puts it through the end zone, so Wildcats will bring the offense back out on the field. 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. 26 seconds left to play. We've seen a little bit of everything.
We've had turnovers, onside kicks. We've had long runs, long passes. It's been a little bit of everything. I think this is what we expected. But now, you know, you're almost a quarter into this. Everybody's got to settle down and just play football at this point. Be curious to see if Har-Ber continues to go towards that left side. They've really controlled the left side of the offensive line.
Owens takes the snap, hands off to McAllister, up the middle, comes around right side, he's tripped up. And he is down to the 30-yard line, so the 10-yard pickup for McAllister first thing, so we're going to stop it to play just very quick. Actually, the clock continues to run, 15 seconds. And they're on the ball quick, trying to get another play off before the end of this first quarter.
McAllister, 7 carries, 59 yards, and a flag down.
I think they all moved.
You know, he's been the workhorse. We talked about it, you know, before we came on.
Prior to the snap, false start. Number 1 on the offense. 5-yard penalty, still first down.
That on Sandoval. I think half the team moved a little ahead of time, but
he got blamed for it.
He's the one that got called out.
This feels like the team that can, you know, sort of control their emotions, fewer mistakes, fewer turnovers as we go forward here is going to have a real chance to win this. But this is what you expect in a rivalry game. Jitters,
Absolutely. Guys
are, you know, flying around. We've seen a lot of big plays. It's what Har-Ber and Springdale is all about.
And that's going to be the end of the first quarter. The score is 24-14, Springdale over Har-Ber. We've got Coach Johnson on the sideline, and we're going to send it down to him right now. Coach Johnson, take it away.
I've been listening, Zach and Brad. Y'all are exactly right. There's been a ton of stuff going on in the first quarter. You've got fumbles. You got 56-yard field goal. You had onside kick. It was a little bit of everything. Atmosphere down. I mean, the sideline, I was been on both, and the kids on both sides are just going nuts. And anytime Har-Ber and Springdale play, that's what you're going to get. It's first quarter, it's a lot of points. Like Zach said, you know, you got 38 points, so there's a lot of ball left, so we just got to sit down and play football.
Absolutely. Coach Johnson, thank you so much for that sideline report. So the second quarter is going to kick off. I'm going to turn over to the voice of Bulldogs now and let Zach take over the second quarter play-by-play, and we'll do our best to fill in what we can.
Thank you, Brad. We start the second quarter, 24-14 our score. Har-Ber's got the football 1st and 15 at the 25-yard line. Bryce Owens will bring the offense out. They're going to stay in that spread formation. This is what they like to do. Then they're going to bring those 2 tight ends in, and they can pound you. It's a very unique offense in that you can spread them out or you can pound the ball between the tackles. So 1st and 10 upcoming. 1st and 15. McAllister's the deep back. Owens in the pistol. Owens fires, pass complete. 35-yard line, going to be close to first down yardage.
Jack Gilder's been a great addition to this offense and what they've been doing over the last few weeks. He's really been coming out of the backfield, tight end position, so they're really trying to find him on these offensive possessions.
Yeah, nice play there to kind of weave that football in between defenders. Hands were up, and you got that one through. It was a little bit low, but Gilder makes a nice catch and brings up second down and 1, 14-yard pickup on that play. This is 2nd and 1. McAllister right off that left side. Boy, they have found something there. He's going to get across the 40 out to about the 43-yard line. And feels like they feel like they can exploit that a little bit.
And you talked about the first quarter, just settling down a little bit, and once they do find their rhythm, this is what they like to do. Reed McAllister back in the Greenwood game, and go back to that a little bit, rush for 200 yards, over 200 yards. So we know this is what they like to do, and just like Springdale, will take a shot every once in a while once they kind of lull them to sleep.
1st and 10 ball at the 43, clock running, 11:08 to go here in the half. Bryce Owens in the pistol. McAllister's deep. They'll hand it to him straight ahead into the middle of that Springdale defense. He's going to get close still. He's going to get across midfield. Good, strong run there. He's going to be real close to first down yardage. Looks like a pickup of about 8. Bring up 2nd and short. Man, you can do a lot of things in 2nd and short.
That offensive line got a big push. Once again, we saw Reed McAllister. He just keeps the legs turning, keeps them moving, able to pick up additional yards with that momentum.
So it'll be 2nd down into just across the 50-yard line. This drive so far, 4 plays, 31 yards. 3 wide receivers set. McAllister's the running back. Owens in the quarterback spot. It's going to be a little handoff. Got room. 45-yard line. 40. Going to be pushed out of bounds. And it'll be a first down for the Wildcats.
That's Greer Graham. They've used him quite a little bit here in the last few games. And great jet sweep. Get them off balance a little bit. We saw pound, and then get their eyes focused on a different direction.
Good patient run. Looks like we're going to get a timeout. Springdale. 10:23 to go here in the half. We will be right back. You are watching the battle for Springdale on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television.
Hi, I'm Mary Jordan. Springdale Public Schools is launching a free weekly podcast called Springdale Today, which will feature news relevant to Springdale families. Springdale Today will feature educational news, district staff and students, as well as influential members of the Springdale community. I hope you'll join us as the free Springdale Today podcast premieres Wednesday, September 11th at noon on YouTube and your favorite podcast app. I look forward to chatting with you more about what's happening in Springdale today.
What's the only thing better than ordering your Whataburger favorites right on your phone? Earning free Whataburger while doing it. Download the Whataburger app to get started, just like you like it.
First down and 10 for the Wildcats at the 39. I think Coach Hobbs just wanted to kind of get after his guys a little bit. This is going to be 1st and 10. Owens will roll to the right, trying to set up a screen. They've got it set up. It's Gilder at the 41 with room inside the 30. Still running. He's going to be knocked down at about the 22-yard line, fall forward near the 20. It's going to be a 1st and 10 for the Wildcats.
Gilder once again used in this set just a little bit different. We do have a man down. That's going for the Bulldogs.
That is Easton Hahn that is down. While they tend to Easton, we're going to take a quick break. 10:14 to go in the half. We'll be right back. You're watching the battle for Springdale on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television. That's yeah. Easton Hahn up under his own power, walking off the field. He just got one of those stingers that kind of poked at his shoulder a little bit, but it's going to be a 1st and 10. Ball's going to be at the 22-yard line after the 17-yard pickup on the screen to Gilder. Har-Ber's going to go 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers.
You know, this is going to be physical play on both sides of the ball.
McAllister remains at the running back spot. He comes left side with room inside the 20. He's going to be run out of bounds close to the 15-yard line. And now we've got pushing and shoving in the back. And we kind of expect that. Jacoby Mason, former Har-Ber student, getting into it with one of his former classmates. Looks like they pushed McAllister out at the 16, so it's a 6-yard pickup. And right now, Har-Ber is getting whatever they want off the left side of that Springdale or their offensive line, the right side of the Springdale defensive line. High snap. Here's Owens. Pass looking for McAllister. Can't hang on to it at the 15-yard line. Going to bring up third down.
McAllister rolled out there to the flat, had plenty of room. Able to complete that. Might have went for a little while, but does fall incomplete.
It's one of those, you hit him in the wrong spot. Hit him right in the hands. That's what my dad used to say. So it brings up 3rd down and 4. Now they're going to say 4th down and 4? I've got 3rd and 4. And it looks like we're going to talk about this. This should be 3rd down and 4.
I think they are going to.
Yeah, they're going to change that. I looked at my score sheet. I looked at the scoreboard, and I think they're going to wait for them to change it. They're going to reset the play clock here. Line to make is the 12-yard line. Ball resting at the 16. This 3rd down for Har-Ber. High snap. McAllister straight ahead. 1st down yardage. And he's going to rumble down near the 10-yard line, and it's going to be 1st and 10, 1st and goal. Looks like they're going to put him down at the 11, so it'll be 1st and 10 at the 11.
You've seen this also with the offensive line. That McAllister goes right up the middle. They get behind him. They start pushing. They start moving people. So it's a team effort that we see on this running game for Har-Ber.
And we talked about Springdale's 112 yards rushing. Har-Ber now with 16 carries, 107 yards. This is going to be 1st and 10 at the 11. Diamond formation. Gilder and Wright alongside. High snap. Here's Owens. Trying to get to the outside. Race to the corner. Racing with Jacoby Mason. Cuts him down at the 9. Good play there by Jacoby Mason. To limit a very elusive Bryce Owens on the corner.
That was a good play by that Springdale defender, able to wrap him up because he did have room on the angle, but he was able to take him out there on that right side.
Going to put him down at the 10, so a 1-yard pickup will bring up 2nd down and 9. Can get a 1st down at the 1. Clock running here, 9:07 to go in the half. A half that we probably got a little bit more than we bargained for. I thought this thing was going to be pretty low scoring, but we're 48 points. 9 minutes to go.
We have been treated to a great ball game for this Battle of Springdale.
Dual tight ends to the left of Bryce Owens. McAllister's the running back. High snap. Here's McAllister straight ahead into the middle of that Springdale defense. He's going to get a couple. Looks like they're going to put him down at the 7. It's going to bring up 3rd down.
You know, one thing we've talked about in the past as well is those high snaps, making sure they're able to control those. Bryce Owens has had a few plays here where that ball is sailing over his head, and he's doing a good job bringing that back down. But that's something we definitely need to watch for.
So now 3rd down, upcoming. Can get the 1st down at the 1. Har-Ber tonight 2 out of 3 on 3rd downs. Here's Owens rolling near side. Owens now going to take off and run. He's got room. 1st down, touchdown, Bryce Owens. Both referees call it the touchdown, and Har-Ber's on the board.
Saw Bryce Owens. He does this a lot where he scrambles out and he has that option to run. If he's got room, he found that room up the middle, able to go in there for the score. So Har-Ber's right back in this game.
Har-Ber answers right back. Remember, they were down 17 at one point.
And here's the run. We can see him once again. It opens up, so once again, he has that option to run. Able to use his feet. We've seen him do this all year, able to use his feet. Now we've got a Har-Ber score.
Roland Reynolds on to try the extra point. Kicks on the way, and it is good. So our new score with 8:09 to go in the half. Springdale 21, Springdale 24, Har-Ber 21. We'll be right back. You are watching the Battle for Springdale on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television.
Food that is fresh, full of flavor, and all for a good cause can only come from Tacos for Life in Springdale. Enjoy delicious tacos for a cause. When you buy a meal, Tacos for Life donates the proceeds to provide a meal to starving children. Download the Tacos for Life app for ongoing promotions and free food for our friends right here in Springdale. Great food for a great cause. Tacos for Life, 1210 JTL Parkway in Springdale.
Welcome back to Wildcat Stadium on the campus of Har-Ber High School. 24-21 our score, 8:09 to go in the half. Gordy Reynolds has it teed up. Going to get into this one. It's going to come to Jacoby Mason at the 3. Mason looking for room across the 20, not much more than that. And that is where Springdale will start the football, or start their drive. Jacoby came into the ball game with about a 17-yard per return average, right on his average. Took that one to the 3-yard line, and now this offense for Springdale has to answer if they're going to stay in front of these Wildcats that have suddenly found a lot of life.
Yes, and Springdale's been doing a great job on their ball control, hitting those little passes when they need to. But yes, Har-Ber's had to take advantage of here a few things on defense. So we'll see what they do coming out of this next series.
Carson Hayter brings the offense out. Wilder Larice is the deep back. Oriana the up back. This is 1st and 10. Here's a pitch on the corner. It's Lyle Sampson. He's going to go nowhere. Going to lose a couple on the play. Good play out there on the far side.
Landon Schultz.
Yep, Landon Schultz with the stop there, and that's what you have to do to this offense if you're going to stop it. You've got to you got to win first down and then go from there.
Landon Schultz did a great job on the read, able to shed his blocker, able to wrap him up for a loss. And Landon was one of those that fills in for Kanan Costa, who was the starting center. He was out last week against Heritage, so he's filling in nice. But a great job on the outside on that wrap-up.
Winds up being a 2-yard loss. Clock running, 7:25 to go here in the half. Springdale will have Larice and Oriana in the backfield alongside Carson Hayter. Hayter to throw. That pass is caught. Did he get a foot down? No, they're going to say incomplete. Lyle Sampson, the intended receiver. They've run that play a couple of times. They ran it a couple times against Heritage with great success. That's going to go incomplete. Carson now passing the football is 2 for 6, 42 yards, does have the 1 touchdown. And now Springdale behind the chains, 3rd down and 12. This is not exactly where they want to be. What you've got to watch for here is Carson. They spread him out. They run kind of the RPO. He takes 1 step. Defense commits, and they'll drop it over him. This is Springdale's going to have to hurry here as they come out of the huddle with 6 on the play clock. And it looks like 2 seconds, 1 second. They snap the ball. Carson to throw. Gets away from 1. Pass complete. Sampson at the 21. Or check that. Hahn at the 21. He's going to be knocked down. We've got a flag in the backfield. Let's see what that is. Okay, so the play was a pass to Easton Hahn, complete out to the 29-yard line. So it'll be a 4th and 1, depending on the penalty.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer.
Wow.
Number 49 on the defense. 15 yards. First down.
It's one of those things you can't do.
It's one of those things, like I said, you want to control your emotions. You're in a big game. You got to know where your steps are at. You don't want to hit that quarterback after he releases the ball, and that's exactly what happened. So Springdale gets a big break.
Yeah, they're going to move it out to the 44-yard line. And that's, again, you're in a rivalry game. You've played against these guys your whole life. You know them, and you want to hit them.
Absolutely.
But you got to keep keep this under control. Springdale spread it out. Carson Hayter's the deep back. Hahn and Oriana the up backs. Here's Carson Hayter trying to get back in the line of scrimmage. Almost lost the football there. He's going to lose. They're going to give him 0 on the carry, so it'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Har-Ber ready for that one.
Will White there to initially turn him back in. Siler Moore. We've seen Siler Moore and Will White last couple of weeks. They've just been a fantastic job from their linebacker position. Able to stop that and converge on him pretty quick.
Springdale comes in averaging 23.6 points, say 24 points per game. They've reached that here in the first half already. This is going to be 2nd down and 10. Oriana's the deep back. This is Wilder Larice looking for room, and Wilder's not going to get anywhere. It's going to wind up being a 2-yard loss. And once again, we're in that 3rd and 12 range, and we'll see what Coach Marshall Hahn and this offense is going to dial up. Great defense there by Har-Ber to snuff that one out. Now we've got another player down. Looks like it's Will White. The trainers come out to attend to him. We're going to take a quick timeout. 5:58 to go in the half. 24-21 our score. Brad and I will be right back. You are watching the Battle for Springdale on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television.
Ozarks Go from Ozarks Electric Cooperative is leading the fiber revolution. Connecting the divide with high-speed broadband access to close that gap. From cloud to cloud, post to post, from downtown to way out of town, to connect our customers to a world of blazing speed and access to absolutely everywhere. It's our customers connected.
Goodbye, paperwork. Hello, convenience. Farewell, waiting. Hello, personal service. Catch you later, dreaming. Hello, planning. Buy your dream home, connect with a personal banker, and easily schedule an appointment with digital tools from Arvest Bank. Goodbye limits, hello possibilities.
Accidents.
My name is Adobe, and this is my Chick-fil-A success story. When I started as a team member, I was pretty shy and struggled with my confidence. And now, that same shy person, she owns her own Chick-fil-A restaurant.
Welcome back to Springdale, campus of Har-Ber High School. The injured Wildcats, number 23, Landon Schultz, being helped off the field right now. Kind of got caught in that pile when bringing down Wilder Larice. And when we resume action here, it's going to be 3rd down and 12. Springdale doesn't have a ton in the playbook for this, but something to keep an eye on here is going to be number 11, or Ryan Leatu, top of the screen there up by the 40-yard line. He is going to be one-on-one. That's a matchup that I know Springdale likes. It's just a matter of can they get the football to him? Can you protect Carson Hayter long enough to get the football to him? Good look there at the Springdale huddle. Springdale on 3rd downs so far tonight. 2 out of 4. This is a big one here with 5:58. It feels like Har-Ber's kind of seized momentum here. Springdale up 17-0 in the first quarter. Har-Ber's fought their way back to make it a 3-point ball game. This a 3rd down and 12. Hayter in the shotgun. Carson to throw. Got a man wide open. First down. I believe that's Easton Hahn on the catch. It sure is. Springdale's leading receiver comes down with 13, and it's a first down for the Dogs.
Grayson Daspit on the stop there. Now, one thing to make note of, and as you made mention of the substitutions, Will Croft is filling in for Landon Schultz, who come out looked like a bad knee injury. So we'll see if Springdale wants to take advantage of that going down the game.
Clock running, 5:30 to go in the half. 1st and 10 for the Dogs. Ball at the 45-yard line. Going to go down into the flex bone. Here's Oriana straight ahead. We've got flags down. I think something happened on the right side of the Springdale offensive line. I'm not sure if it was encroachment or false
Prior
start.
to the snap, encroachment. Number 52 on the defense. 5-yard penalty, first down.
It'll be 1st and 5 down at the 40-yard line. Boy, you see that G-back go in motion. You want to get that slant. If you're slanting in, you want to try and get to the A or B gap, and just jumped a little bit early. And it's going to be a 1st and short for Springdale. This is the pace Springdale wants to play at, not this frenetic 17 points in the first quarter pace. Triple backs for Springdale alongside Carson Hayter. Here's Oriana straight ahead. Going to get maybe 2 out of that. They're going to give him about 1.5 yards down to the 39, so it'll bring up 2nd down and 4. Springdale's very content to do this, because at some point Carson's going to pull it out of there. Carson Hayter on the corner of any defense is very, very dangerous. Again, these two teams, 2 and 3 on the year, very different paths to their 2 and 3. But as you mentioned in the pregame, win number 2 gets you in.
Yes.
That has been the history of the 7A. You get this 2 conference wins, you are most likely in the playoffs, and now you're talking about can you get up to and possibly host a playoff game. This is going to be 2nd down and 4. They're down in the flex bone. That's Sampson in motion. There's Oriana again. He's going to fall forward for maybe another yard down to the 37. We'll bring it up. We'll call it 3rd down and 2.
One thing we watched in this particular series is the penalties on Har-Ber. Springdale had a few the first quarter. Now we're seeing Har-Ber with the late hit and the offsides. Now gets Springdale a position here to pick up a first down.
9 penalties total between the two teams, 5 on Har-Ber, 4 on Springdale. But you mentioned, the 15-yard variety is the one that's really the killer. This is going to be 3rd down and 2. Springdale 3 out of 5 on 3rd downs tonight. Carson alone in the shotgun. Here's Hayter with protection. Got a man in the flat. Easton Hahn, 35-yard line, 30, 25. Inside the 21st down Springdale. No flags. The Dogs are going to move the chains.
I think we saw a little bit of that little pick play we saw there, and he came out of the backfield. So great scheme there for Springdale. And we got another injured man down, looks like.
We're going to put him at the 16-yard line.
On the sideline. Looks like he's down on the sideline. Did not see who it is. It's a Har-Ber player.
And they've set the ball and haven't started the play clock yet, so maybe we're going to wait. Yeah, okay, I see you down here. And while they're tending to him, let's talk this through here. 3:34 to go here. Back and forth offensive show. I did not expect offensive show in this game. I expected this to be a bit of a slugfest, and it looks like we're going to take a full time out here. So Brad and I will be back on the other side of the break. 3:34 to go in the half. Springdale by 3. You're watching the battle for Springdale on Never Mind. They're going to bring them right back.
We'll keep it here.
This is live television at its finest. They sent them off, and then they brought them right back. So, we're just kind of at the, we don't have the guy with the orange mittens that goes down there and officially stops the game. So 1st and 10 for Springdale. Ball at the 16-yard line. Carson Hayter alone. Double tights, David Smith and Rancel Oriana. Here's Carson on the delay with room straight up the middle, 10-yard line, 5-yard line. It's going to be first down Springdale at the 5.
Jake Adams on the stop. And, Zach, you've made mention this a lot on your broadcast, is the final 4 minutes of one half, the next 4 minutes of the next half. That's something Har-Ber's excelled at. We're seeing Springdale taking advantage of that right now.
Good friend of mine, Jacob Gill, used to practice or used to be a coach at Springdale, told me about the middle fours. You dominate the last four of the first half, or the first four of the second half, you got a really good chance to win. Springdale drops down into the flex bone. That's Sampson in motion. Here comes Oriana straight ahead. Springdale pushing. It looks like he's going to be stopped short of it. They're going to mark him down at the 2.
They look like they may have the ball. They're going to see, they may rule him down. Har-Ber came out with the ball, but they're ruling him down. Forward progress and stop.
All right, so they're going to mark him down at the 2-yard line. It's going to be second down, and again, this is Springdale's pace. 2:43 and counting. And, the way Har-Ber's moved the ball here recently, as much time as Springdale can take, I think they would like to take as much time off the clock as they can and leave Bryce Owens as little time as possible. Springdale go down into the flex bone again. Oriana straight ahead, stopped by the middle of that Har-Ber defense, nowhere to go. Maybe gave him a half a yard, and it's going to bring up third down.
Great push by that interior line of that defense. The linebackers closed him off. But big stop and a big pivotal third down here for the Wildcat defense.
All right, so you and I talked about this in the pregame when we were off the air. Orion Leatu is 6'6", he's 210 pounds. He is a physical mismatch against any defensive back that he has got. Springdale has not run the fade yet. I know it's in the playbook, but they haven't run it just yet. So we'll see where Leatu goes. He's going to go far side, one-on-one with Tony Berry. This is going to be third down and 1. Oriana's the deep back. Hayter, the quarterback. They're going to give it straight ahead. It's Wilder Larice in for the touchdown. We got a flag down. So let's see what that is. Larice went in for the touchdown, and now the conference at the 4-yard line. Here's the call.
Illegal motion. Wide receiver never got set prior to the snap. 5-yard penalty.
So that's going to back Springdale up. Put it back on the 6-yard line. It'll make it third down and goal.
And Zach, one thing you've talked about too, controlling this clock. They've used 2 or 3 minutes just right down here they're in the end zone.
Yeah, this is not a quick strike offense, and they don't want it to be a quick strike offense. This is one of those. It's death by 1,000 paper cuts, and now third and goal, ball outside the 6-yard line. I feel like Leatu's an option here, but we'll see. Now they're going to send 2 guys out with him. This is going to be third and goal. Low snap. Carson picks it up, and he's going to be met at the 10-yard line, and Springdale implodes inside the 1-yard line, and now it's going to bring up fourth down.
Will White, Siler Moore on the stop, came in off their defensive end sides. And big break for Springdale. That penalty really hurt them, pushed them back, and then the fumbled snap. Big break for the Wildcats.
Now the clock's running. I'm not sure why they're okay. I was going to say, I was wondering when we were going to get the timeout here, but with 1:02 to go here in the half, we're going to take a quick timeout. You are watching the Battle for Springdale on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television.
Sometimes a dream car has nothing to do with horsepower or performance.
My dream car is the one that gets me to my job every day. The one that lets me help a friend in need.
I didn't think I had the credit. My credit score wasn't that good. But Car-Mart believed in me.
They believed in me. My dream car, a 2016 Nissan Sentra. What's yours?
America's Car-Mart. You keep the dream, and we'll keep you on the road.
.102 to go here in the half. 24-21 our score. A.J. Woods coming out to try the field goal. Line of scrimmage will be the 10-yard line, so we're probably looking at about a 27-yard field goal for Springdale to try to give them a 6-point lead. E.L. Morton will hold. One of the things you got to watch for here is A.J.'s a good athlete. They have some gadgets in this particular set. I don't know if this is exactly the time you want to do this.
After we saw earlier, this ought to be a chip shot, but there I probably just jinxed him by doing this.
Snap is good. Kicks on the way. And it's good, so our new score. Springdale 27, Har-Ber 21. Brad and I will be right back. You are watching the Battle for Springdale on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television.
Hometown. That word still means something here. It means we're neighbors. We do the right thing. We care about your family. And you deserve the very best every time you walk in the front door. Hobbs. Hometown fresh.
The Springdale scoring drive, 14 plays, 70 yards, ends up with a 26-yard A.J. Woods field goal. Springdale leads by 6, 27-21. He is Brad Spurlock, the voice for the Har-Ber Wildcats. I'm Zach Arns, voice of the Springdale Bulldogs. Glad to have you along here on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television. We got a good one going here in the 7A West. A pivotal game for both of these teams. Har-Ber's about to get the football. A.J. Woods has it teed up. He will bang that one back through the end zone, and another A.J. Woods touchback. And Har-Ber's got the ball here with 1:07 to go, 2 timeouts, and you tell me, Coach, how adventurous you want to get.
Well, I tell you, watching the Wildcats this year, they've really excelled at the last 4 minutes. We talked about those middle eight. They're the middle eight, so they have really excelled. So they'll probably take a few shots here, either to get in field goal range, but I do foresee them taking a few shots for scoring a touchdown.
And over 400 yards of total offense here in the first half between these two teams. Surprisingly, most of it on the ground. I expected an aerial show from Har-Ber, but they have really turned up the ground game. 1st and 10. Here's Owens to throw. He's got the screen set up. It's McAllister at the 40, 45, and he's going to go into Springdale territory. So a 26, 27-yard gain on 1st down is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Wasn't a big shot, but able to get their linemen out in front and have a great screen play there. And Reed McAllister gets him up on the 1st down and able to stop the clock.
And they're going to put it at the 48 of Springdale, so it's 1st and 10. So far in the first half, Bryce Owens, 5 out of 8, 117 yards. He'll throw again, fires, pass complete. It's McAllister at the 40. He's going to get down close to the 35-yard line. He'll get out of bounds, stop the clock. The drive will continue.
Reed McAllister last week, he had a big game as far as in the passing game as well, so he'll definitely take advantage of that.
Shout out to my girl Meredith Hutchins watching the game up at Beaver Lake. Glad to have them along here on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television. This is going to be 1st and 10. 48 seconds to go here in the half. That's McAllister in motion. Owens with time. Now he's flushed. He's going to fire it long. Looking for, I believe that's Gilder at the 15. Raxon Resham with the tackle, and we've got a flag down. Let's see what we've got here. It looks like Gilder may have stepped out of bounds. Referee's hat's off. We'll await the call here. Hat went off, flag went down right at the point of the tackle, so here's the call.
There is no flag for illegal touching. The receiver was forced out of bounds. 1st down.
Well, it's a great pickup on the call there, but, he was forced out of bounds, able to come back, make that catch. Gilder's been utilized a lot here in this game plan, so it's great to see Gilder getting involved.
We'll put it down at the 13. It's 1st and 10. They've gone 3 plays, 67 yards. And now with 2 timeouts and 41 seconds, Har-Ber's threatening to take the lead. Owens for the end zone, looking for Wright, touchdown. Right down the field. The Har-Ber Wildcats, with 31 seconds in the half, have tied the ball game at 27.
Trayson Wright on the reception there. Just like what you were talking about, Springdale utilizing their big tall guy. Trayson Wright's one of those big tall guys, and they just threw it down there and let him run underneath the pass.
So the extra point will give Har-Ber the lead. 40 Roland Reynolds on to try that extra point. Kicks on the way, and it's good. So our new score with 31 seconds to go in the half. Har-Ber 28, Springdale 27. We'll be right back. You are watching the Battle for Springdale on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television.
Arkansans appreciate community. We work and raise families, care for our neighbors, and come together in good times and bad. At First Security, that local strength is what we love best about our home state. There is commitment here, and heart, and hope. Thank you to everyone who is standing together, learning from one another, and making Arkansas a place we all love to call home. We're proud to be your community bank.
Welcome back to Wildcat Stadium on the campus of Har-Ber High School. 28-27 our score. This felt like what it would be at the end of the game.
Right.
But it has been wild here in the second half. Springdale out to a 17-0 lead very quickly on Har-Ber. Har-Ber has fought their way back into this to take the lead. And now with 31 seconds left, Springdale's going to get the ball to start the second half. So I don't know how adventurous they're going to get here. Jacoby Mason's back deep. Knuckleball's going to go towards the end zone and in for a touchback, and I imagine that Springdale will probably take a knee, head to the locker room and talk this one through, but boy, you couldn't have asked for anything more out of these two teams here in the first half.
Tale of two quarters. Springdale, like I said, jumped out 17-0 lead. Har-Ber kind of got weaned back into it, but Springdale's done their good as far as holding serve, able to score. Now, we talked about during the break, play a key role there on that last possession because they had the penalty, had the bad snap.
Yeah, circle that illegal motion penalty because that's the thing right now that's the difference in the ballgame. Yep. Springdale would have a couple more points on the board, and that has been their bugaboo all season long, or just untimely penalties that have undone drives like that. 1st and 10 for Springdale. They do have 2 timeouts. Carson Hayter's in the shotgun. He's got Larice and Oriana alongside. This is Oriana. Not much there. Holder, the first one to make contact. It's going to be about a 3-yard gain, and I think Springdale is very content to let the clock run out.
Great job on that defense. Once again, holding them up. Had the troops come in to help ring him down on that first play.
Clock's going to go under 10 seconds to go. And that is going to be the end of what has been a very entertaining first half. Our score as we head to the break. Har-Ber 28, Springdale 27. Let's head down to Coach Robert Johnson. Coach. So, Brad, while we get Coach hooked up here, everything you could have hoped for. Tale of two quarters, you mentioned it. Lots of big plays. Guys just getting after each other here. 1-point ball game as we go into the half. What do you expect here in the second half?
It's a rivalry game. This is what you'd like to see. So I think they found Coach Johnson. We're going to send it down to him right now.
Coach, what do you got?
Had a kind of tale of two quarters right there.
Right.
We jumped out really big. We had 2 fumbles come out. Special teams, you had a great kick by A.J. Woods. What are you thinking going into half?
Yeah, we started out really good. Now that the game's kind of settled in, we knew that it was going to be a dogfight. We got to make sure and do a good job defensively. We need to make some stops. But I'm proud of the way we played the first half. We got to clean some things up, but we'll be ready to go the second half.
Good luck second half,
All right,
Coach.
thanks, Coach.
So
there you have it, guys.
Coach Brett Hobbs.
My name is Eric Burnett. I am the Assistant Athletic Director for the Springdale School District. I am so grateful for your donations to the Fuel and Feet program. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
My name is Chris Wood, Assistant Athletic Director of the Springdale School District. It's because of the generosity of people like you, we are able to fully support the Fuel and Feet program. For this, we thank you and appreciate your help. I support the Springdale Athletic Foundation because they care about our student athletes.
The Fuel and Feed program raises money to help pay for pregame and postgame meals for kids and coaches. In addition, we raise funds to buy athletic footwear for the students to compete in. I'm Donald Tucker, Executive Director of the Springdale Athletic Foundation. Please take this time to help our students and coaches. Visit the link on the screen to donate now.
Thank you for your support.
On behalf of Springdale Schools Athletics, I want to say thank you.
Hello and welcome. My name is Donald Tucker. In an effort to continue to provide for our students and connect families across the country, this year we are taking our efforts to a whole new level. Our commitment to the district's children is unwavering. We believe that athletics plays a vital role in the personal growth, character development, and overall well-being. That's why we need your help today. By partnering with us, you become an integral part of our journey to empower and uplift these young athletes. Visit our website, www.springdaleathleticfoundation.org, where you can find out more information about our organization, our impact, and how you can help support. So I invite you to stand with us, partner with the Springdale Athletic Foundation, and be a part of something truly special. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of our district kids and ensure that Springdale sports continues to set the standards in athletics across the state.
Shot on the way, and good!
Goodbye, guessing. Hello, confidence. So long, stress. Hello, security. Farewell, running to the bank. Hello, banking from anywhere. Get a quick view of your balance, lock lost debit cards, and quickly deposit checks anywhere, anytime with the highly rated Arvest Go mobile app from Arvest Bank. Goodbye, limits. Hello, possibilities.
Hi, I'm Mary Jordan. Springdale Public Schools is launching a free weekly podcast called Springdale Today, which will feature news relevant to Springdale families. Springdale Today will feature educational news, district staff and students, as well as influential members of the Springdale community. I hope you'll join us as the free Springdale Today podcast premieres Wednesday, September 11th at noon on YouTube and your favorite podcast app. I look forward to chatting with you more about what's happening in Springdale today.
During the Great Depression, nothing came easy. But with just 5 cents, an old truck, and a load of hay, John Tyson and his family found a way to deliver quality chicken to other hardworking people. Today, Tyson continues to find new ways to help put a chicken in every pot. Because people deserve farm-raised chicken of the highest quality. At Tyson, we remain committed to this simple promise: to always keep it real, to always keep it Tyson.
And now here they are, the Springdale Har-Ber High School Wildcat Marching Band. And there they are, the Springdale Har-Ber High School Wildcat Marching Band. The Springdale Band program envisions musical excellence for every student everywhere. The band would like to thank Superintendent Dr. Jared Cleveland, Principal Dr. Paul Reed, and all the administration of Springdale Public Schools for their support of the arts in Springdale.
Coach Dannenhower, kind of a tale of half of 2 different quarters.
Yes, sir.
Springdale comes out, a couple of fumbles on your side, special teams, 56-yard field goal, onside kick. Y'all come back with a sky kick, get the ball. Second quarter, you guys come back, settle down a little bit, to get the ground game going, and then you finish the half with moving the ball down the field with some throws. What are some adjustments you made at half?
Well, the biggest thing is we just have to be ourselves and play football and play smart. Like I said, we spotted them kind of 17 points, and they do a good job, and they caught us in some coverages and some things we had to adjust, and then basically offensively, we just can't snap a ball over a guy's head and play smart football. That's be Har-Ber,
Good luck the rest of the game.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Zach, Brad, back to you.
Thank you, Coach. Halftime score, Har-Ber 28, Springdale 27. Coach, Brad, we had a first half for the ages, right? I mean, not what we expected. Springdale jumps out to that 17-point lead, and then Har-Ber fights their way back into it. Some early highlights. This is Wilder Larice on the first drive, 35-yard run there, and then Springdale just sort of moving the football, moving bodies off the ball to get into the end zone, and then sort of an avalanche of points on the next drive. They get the touchdown there to Easton Hahn. They're on the board. It's 14-0, and then disaster looks like strikes for Har-Ber with the high snap. Springdale comes up with the football, and then we saw something we hadn't seen in these parts in quite some time. A.J. Woods going deep from 56 yards out. That gave Springdale a 17-0 lead, but then here come the Wildcats. They open up the passing game. That's right with the catch there for Bryce Owens. Bryce Owens really the key in this.
Absolutely, and then they turn it back over to Reed McAllister. Reed McAllister's the guy that has been handling this all year long. Got back to the running game, and then we see out of that running game, you can see Jack Gilder. Jack Gilder, once again, a vital part of this offense, able to run over a few people for the touchdown. You're right, Zach, going back and forth watching this game, and you think of the ground and pound, probably didn't think we were going to have this many points, but boy, what a great, exciting first half for these two teams.
Yeah, it really was. You see Bryce Owens go in here for the touchdown, and these teams going back and forth, but then towards the end of the first half, this is the touchdown that gives Har-Ber the lead, but a couple of plays prior to that, Springdale gets into the end zone. They get called for an illegal formation, and that's, I told you in the break, I'm like, circle that, because that's going to be one of those plays that we're going to come back to, and we're going to point at, at the end of the game, if Har-Ber wins this game, you're going to go, okay, that's where they kind of seized momentum. They went right down the field, got the touchdown. And, we talk about the middle eights, both teams, really doing great work inside those middle eights. And, as we get ready to start the second half, I'm expecting these two teams to really kind of turn it up a little bit. Defenses have to get themselves, kind of get their feet underneath them, but these offenses are really humming.
Absolutely, and I think the team that kind of has settled down a little bit is going to really play a big part in this second half. First half, we saw some nerves, bad snaps, penalties. We saw penalties on both sides of the ball. And I think whoever's going to settle down the most in the second half is probably going to come out on top of it.
Yeah, penalties have sort of plagued both teams really here. It's been a thing for Springdale all season. Har-Ber's got 5 penalties in the first half. Springdale with 5 penalties in the first half. Turnovers, just 1, but onside kicks and, and mishandling the football and that sort of thing certainly going to pay dividends here in the second half. Springdale's going to get the football to start the second half. And, this is going to be one of those deals here. Springdale, you got to get points. You don't want to – this offense is not made to chase. It's made to play from in front. If you're Har-Ber here, I think – and I don't know enough about their defense, as systematically, but I think contain is big for them. They're doing a great job between the tackles, really stuffing that inside Springdale run. Springdale's found some things on the outside.
Absolutely. And the defense, when you watch Har-Ber, they do come off the edge a little bit, and they're able to surround. But the one thing they're susceptible to is, like what we saw from Hayter, was open it up wide open and get that big deep, either the pass or the run. So they are kind of susceptible to that in the back end. But I think we're ready for a great half of football.
Yeah, on the other side, Springdale's got to figure out something with McAllister. 12 carries, 85 yards, has a touchdown, has a couple of receptions in the pass game. Har-Ber's done a nice job in the screen game. Springdale getting sucked in on that a couple of times. So they're going to have to slow that down. And I expect the adjustments. It was an extended halftime because of the two bands, so the team's got an extra, 5 or so minutes. It's going to be interesting to see. Springdale, like I mentioned, is going to get the football first. I would be, I don't know how, I don't know what you called it when you played. We used to call it alert, sky kick, onside kick. They've tried an onside kick. They tried a sky kick. Springdale's return team has coughed it up a couple of times. Yes. So they're certainly going to have to be cognizant of that as we get ready to start the second half. Just a note for you, Springdale's been very good in the third quarter. Outscored their opponents on the season 42-17. It's kind of like the first quarter. They've been really bad in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
They've been outscored 40-13. So we'll see which team has, kind of can keep that momentum going in the first half. Har-Ber had it going in. Can Springdale steal it away as we get ready to start the second half?
And I go back to what you said on many of your broadcasts. We've talked about those first 4 minutes of each half. Har-Ber has done a great job in the previous games of doing that. At the end of the first half, in the first 4 minutes of the second half. They're not going to have the ball the first half of the first series, but we'll see what team adjusts the best here in the first 4 minutes of this second half.
We are glad to have you along here on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television. It is the battle for Springdale, and as is customary, I will turn it over to my partner, Brad Spurlock, to call the third quarter.
All right, guys, we've got a great atmosphere here at Wildcat Stadium. Again, as Zach has made mention of, what a great first half we've had, something we really did not expect. We saw both teams that like to run the ball. They'd like to pound the ball. They did take some shots. They've had some wide-open men going up and down the field. So we've got an interesting score, 28-27 going here into the third quarter. We've hoped that you've enjoyed this thus far, and we want to thank all of our sponsors here on the Springdale Athletic Foundation Television Network. And we're getting ready for second half.
Yeah, a couple of things just to keep an eye on. Some totals for Springdale in the first half. Carson Hayter's carried the ball 5 times, 35 yards. Wilder Larice, 4 carries, 50 yards. Oriana's 11 for 42. Carson 5 of 9 in the pass game. That's sort of a shock. That's more passes than I think they've thrown in the last 2 games combined. Easton Hahn with 5 receptions for 87 yards. Just something to keep an eye on as Springdale gets ready to receive the second half kickoff.
We did see Hahn get banged up a little bit. I think he's going to be back out there for this next series. But we got Bordy Roland Reynolds set to kick off, and back deep for the Bulldogs, Jacoby Mason. And we're ready for an exciting second half, and we'll see how they play this coming out into the third quarter. So Reynolds is ready to line up, and we're waiting for the referee to give the signal, and he has done so. And we are underway in the Battle of Springdale, and this is going to go to Mason around the 12-yard line, and he is taken down right there by the Wildcat return team. Great job. And that looked like that was Zach Miller on part of the tackle, so it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. Just started the third quarter, 28-27. The Wildcats taking the lead there at the very end of the first half. Springdale will have the first possession. We'll see what they do. Carson Hayter comes out to lead this offense. Oriana, Larice are in the backfield.
And one thing to keep an eye on with the Springdale running game is a lot of communication on that offensive line pre-snap. They've got to be talking to each other.
And this time it is kept by Hayter. He's got a little bit of room, and he's off to the races. And we'll see if Tony Berry can chase him down. He's not going to. First play, 78 yards. Carson Hayter for the Bulldogs.
Pick up right where we left off, right? Carson Hayter goes 78 yards for the touchdown, and it's just a simple zone read. And if we get a look at it here, you'll see it. The hole opens up, and then it's just all speed here. You see Carson, once he gets free, nobody's going to catch him. This is a legit 4-3 guy. But it's just this is the way it's going to be tonight. We're not going to see a ton of defense. This is going to be a high-scoring football game.
A.J. Woods on for the extra point. And Springdale has reclaimed the lead here in the third quarter. Just underway. Woods' extra point is up. And it looked like it might have been blocked. And it was.
Circled that one.
Yes.
That's a huge play.
And that is the second extra point that he's missed this year, but Har-Ber gets in to block that. So that leaves us at 33-28, Springdale over Har-Ber right now, just underway. So momentum change once again we see, and some adjustments made, but right off the bat, Springdale's able to score.
Another lightning strike from Springdale. That one going 78 yards. Carson now at 113 yards rushing. And look, the extra point is a big play. Now Springdale's sort of chasing points. If we're going to be trading touchdowns back and forth, Springdale's chasing points, 2 of them, in fact. So, if you're Har-Ber, no need to panic. You're going to get the football here with 11:44 to go in the third quarter. You've got plenty of time to go do your thing. But, you got to flush that one. Now you've got something else, you got to take a look at, and I can see the defense down here to my right sort of going through this. Just a simple zone read. Carson took it to the house. He does that from time to time.
Zach, this is kind of shaping up that game we talked about not too long over Springdale.
Yeah.
How exciting was 43-42
Yeah,
finish.
43-42 finished it, and that game was through the air. This game is on the ground,
yes.
In that respect. But, I think we're just going to have to deal with the fact I think we're going to have a game in the 50s.
A.J. Woods lines up to kick off with the Bulldogs. Back for the Wildcats is Zach Miller. And it is going to sail into the end zone. So Har-Ber's first possession is going to be at the 20-yard line. We'll see if they can answer.
Now, Har-Ber put up 283 yards of offense in the first half. Springdale now sitting after the 78-yard run with 290 yards of offense. We may hit the 1,000-yard mark at some point during this football game as these two teams just continue to move the ball up and down the field.
No doubt about it, the crowd has been entertained tonight with these two teams. And we have talked about in the broadcast and during the week that whoever wins this game is going to have an upper hand in the playoff race. Both are sitting at 1-1 in the conference standings right now. So first play for the Wildcats is Reed McAllister. You talked about it, Zach, coming left side, found a little bit of room, picked up about 8-9 yards on the play.
They're getting a double over there on Junior Rodriguez, and they're able to sort of wall him off, and McAllister's able to. It's a simple slant play. It's not the most complicated play in the playbook, but they're doing a nice job. Just you can see Big Junior there, 99. They're just doing a nice job of just pushing him in and creating a seam for McAllister.
McAllister, the workhorse for the Wildcat offense all year long, still doing that today in this game. Pick up, we'll call it 9 yards on the play. 2nd and 1. Ball's placed at the 29-yard line in the middle of the field. Gilder in motion, handoff once again. This is McAllister. Now that Bulldog defense stiffens up there, and I don't know if he picked it up. He may be a little short, but we'll see where they put the football.
Good penetration there by Junior Rodriguez to get in there and blow that one up. And maybe a half a yard on that. 14 carries so far for McAllister. 94 yards, has the 1 touchdown. But he's done most of his damage off that left side. And I'd imagine here on 3rd down, that's where we're headed.
See Jackson Hammondtree coming in as another tight end for the Wildcats. I would say this is probably a big down for the Wildcats just starting out here in the 3rd quarter as Springdale scored on their first possession. We'll see if Har-Ber can answer. And there it is, left side. We find a little bit of room. He does pick up the first down, bounces off 1, and picks up another 3 or 4 yards. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats.
It'll be hard to bring him down with an arm. You got to get shoulders and everything else. He gets the 5-yard pickup, and it is enough for the first down. And he gets to 99 yards in the ball game. He'd be the second guy to go over 100 here in the game. I think this is what we're going to see here for the rest of the ball game. When Har-Ber needs yards, they're going left.
So they're going to place at the 34-yard line, far hash. We've got wide receivers on each end of the field. This time, once again, another handoff to McAllister up the middle this time. And he's going to pick up about 2 yards on the play.
Shem Paul down there at the bottom, Nathan Kuntak. That second level for Springdale, very experienced, young, but very experienced, played a lot of football in the last couple of years, and they are getting tested today.
Springdale picking up their early touchdown here in the first part of this 3rd quarter. Now you see Har-Ber's kind of leaning on these guys a little bit. We'll see how that plays out going into the rest of the game. Now Owens pulls it down. He's looking to throw. He's got a man. That's Jack Gilder once again. And he is brought down there looking like a Easton Hahn.
Tracks him down from the backside. Going to bring up a 3rd down. And it looks like he got the 42-yard line, so he'll bring up 3rd down and 2.
So we see a little different wrinkle there. Able to pull that down. Finds Jack Gilder there on the reception. And here we are, 3rd down again.
Har-Ber's 4 out of 5 tonight on 3rd down. Springdale came in stopping 53% of the 3rd downs against them. Har-Ber's done a nice job so far through a quarter and 3 minutes.
McAllister in the backfield with Owens. Owens this time hands off, and he's kind of stopped in the backfield. I don't think he's going to pick it up with no gain.
Junior Rodriguez got him there. Good surge by that Springdale defense. It's going to be a yard loss. Now it's decision time for Coach Dannenhower.
And one thing to think about, too, Owens is the punter for this team. We'll see what they're going to do. It looks like they're leaving the offense in there.
Now Springdale has jumped a couple of times, so I'd imagine maybe a hard count. You take a look at it. If you get a look that you want, you run your play. But this is a huge play in the ballgame. You talk about circling plays here. If Springdale somehow gets a stop here, this is a massive play in the ballgame with 8:11 to go in the 3rd quarter. Looks like they're going to go.
Hammondtree substitutes in for Sandoval, bringing some more beef on the line of scrimmage. Got 4 seconds, 3 seconds on the play clock. This time they do hand it off. Big backfield. He did not get it. Wow. It's going to be a turnover on downs for the Bulldog defense. What a great stand there by Springdale.
Yeah, because if we can get a look at that real quick, Springdale really set the edge nicely, kind of forced McAllister to go back inside, back into that pursuit. Springdale blew it up.
You know, one thing you've talked about, Zach, is going to that left side. They come to the right side this time. And
you know, you're looking at the analytics part of it. You know, you're thinking left. They're overloading left. Shem Paul was kind of looping around on the outside there. But, you know, great stand there for the Springdale defense. And now, you know, if you're Har-Ber here, this is a must stop. You don't want to get down 2 scores and have to chase Springdale with their ability to just sort of bleed the clock.
7:56 left to play here in the third quarter. Springdale's second possession here in the half. They scored on the first play of the second half, and we'll see what they do here starting the second possession. This time, Hader hangs on to it, and that time the Wildcat defense wraps him up.
Yeah, good penetration in there. I think it was Holder. Got penetration. If you can get penetration in this and sort of disrupt them, you can disrupt the offense, especially if they're trying to get it outside.
We'll call no gain on the play. 2nd and 10 for the Bulldogs.
Wilder Larice has only touched the ball 4 times here in the first half. Got 50 yards. 35 of it came on one play. I would expect a heavy dose of Wilder Larice here in the second half.
Springdale moving right to left on your television screen, and the ball's in the middle of the field. 2nd down. And this time it is Larice. Gets a little bit of room. He's tripped up there by Grayson Daspit. Shoestring tackle, but he does pick up about 5 yards on the play.
Yeah, and that's what I would. That looks like the Springdale offense. I think they want to see it's going to be a 6-yard pickup. They're going to get him down to the third. They give him the 36, but a 5-yard pickup. And now, if you're Springdale, if you can get it to 4th and 2 or less, I think you're certainly looking at going for this.
Game management, a big play here for both teams. 3rd and 5. Big play for the Wildcat defense to hold Springdale. The Springdale scored on their first possession of the second half. This time, once again, it is kept by Hader. And he's got a little bit of room down the field. He is tackled there by Grayson Daspit. Looked like Will White also on the stop.
Great read there by Carson on the zone read. You draw that guy in, you fake that dive, you draw the defensive end in, you pull it, and if Carson gets to the outside, he's as quick and as fast as anybody.
Springdale's found a little something here in the second half as Hader's taken the first possession for a touchdown. Now got a big play. We're in the red zone. So 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line.
138 yards rushing so far for Carson Hader.
This time he's going to hand it off to Larice. And Larice is brought down, and we see a pileup down there on the end. Pickup of 3 yards. 2nd and 7 for the Bulldog offense.
Yeah, Wilder's, he's 230 pounds. They like to take Oriana and Wilder Larice and just pound straight at you, and then you get the Carson, around the edge. That is the offense. It's a true triple option offense, and you've got to be really, really disciplined, especially eye discipline, when it comes to trying to defend this offense.
Larice Oriana in the backfield with Hader. He hands it off. Nope, he keeps again. We talk about watching our eyes. We have to watch our eyes as Hader takes it down to around the 2-yard line. We'll see where they line it up. So it's going to be 3rd down, 3rd and 3, we'll call it. But they are inside the 5-yard line at the 4.
Yeah, Springdale last time down here couldn't punch it in. I would expect some sort of run-pass option with Carson coming to the outside. If you're Har-Ber, you're probably blitzing heavy off the edge. But you got to be careful. You got to come. If you're going to chase after Carson, you got to bring your feet with you and not let him not get off balance, because Carson can shake you pretty easy.
Har-Ber looks like they're keying in on the dive, and that's why Hader's able to pick up a few yards as he pulls the ball back. But here, a big 3rd down for both teams. This time he keeps it. He's going to pitch this time to Oriana, and he waltzes in for the end zone on the right side for 4 yards out.
Wilder Larice on. They fake the dive to Oriana. Wilder Larice goes in for the touchdown, and Coach Dannenhower takes the risk at the 41-yard line, and we talked about kind of circle that play. Now you're 2 scores down. If you're Har-Ber, not time to panic here or anything like that. You take a look at it. It's just a simple option play. Good read there by Carson, and Wilder dances into the end zone. But now, if you're Springdale, this is a crucial extra point with the score 39-28.
Woods lining up for the extra point, had it blocked the last go around, so we'll see what we do here on this attempt. The ball is down, the kick is up, and this time it is good. But Springdale's taking control here in the second half, just like we saw the first quarter. They lead 40-28 over Har-Ber, and we will be back right after these messages. You're watching the Battle of Springdale on the Springdale Athletic Foundation broadcast. We are back at Wildcat Stadium, and we talked about those first 4 minutes. Springdale is really taking control of this second half, just like they did in the first quarter. And so we will see how Har-Ber's going to respond to this. But A.J. Woods lines up to kick off. Back deep once again for the Wildcats. We have Zach Miller and Hayden Branch, and this time it's going to go into the end zone again. So big pivotal series here for the Wildcat offense.
Yeah, this is really crucial for Har-Ber. Just to get kind of, we talked about it when they got down 70-0. Just try to reestablish, some rhythm. You extra long halftime. You go a couple of plays, you turn the ball over, you find yourself down 12. Just kind of got to reset here. And I feel like you're going to get a big dose of Reed McAllister here, probably off the left side. And, Bryce Owens hasn't been under a lot of pressure. And when he has, he's been able to slip away. So you got to use those things to your advantage. Got to use those tight ends. They've had great success getting it to Gilder in particular. There's a lot on the table for them. But if you're Springdale now, pin your ears back. This is your opportunity here to if you can get the football back, you're in pretty good shape.
Empty set backfield. Owens looks to quarterback draw. And that time he is tripped up immediately there.
Braxton Resham with the stop, all-state player last year. And he was spying Owens the whole way. Owens took that little shift to the right. Braxton went with him, came left, and he met him at the line of scrimmage.
Credit to Springdale's defense. They keyed on Reed McAllister a little bit the last series, stopped him on the 3rd and 4th down. So they are definitely keen on the run now. So we'll see if Har-Ber can maneuver their offense a little bit different. Once again, we got empty set backfield, got 4, 2 to each side.
They're going to play a little bump man down here at the bottom. They're going to go after DJ Manuel.
He's taking a shot downfield, and that is Zach Miller on the reception. What a play. Tipped it up in the air and able to grab it down. And a great catch and reception there by the Har-Ber Wildcat offense. That is Zach Miller. And here we go for the hurry up. That is a pickup. About 36 yards on the play.
36 yards on the play.
Owens once again drops back to pass. He's looking. He's being chased. Rolls out right. Now he's just going to throw it away.
Good defense there by Springdale. Junior Rodriguez with the pressure. Good coverage in the back end. Look, Zach Miller made a great play. DJ Manuel's in position. That's just two athletes going after it. Miller wins the battle, and that's what you expect out of your varsity wide receivers.
So it's going to bring up 2nd down and 10 for the Wildcat offense.
Springdale doing a little different thing here on the defense. It's a true 3-3-5 that they're playing right now. It's not something that they have shown a ton of, morphing into like a 4-3-3-4 look.
This time hands off to McAllister around that left side. Now we got a flag coming in. It's going to be a pickup of 2 yards, but we'll see what the flag is going to be.
Went off the left side. Springdale has moved Jay Glenn over to that left side. Junior Rodriguez has flipped over to the right side. And, Springdale's had a little success there with the stopping the run.
Holding. Number 70 on the offense. 10 yards from the previous spot. 2nd down.
Perry Lewis on the call of holding for the Wildcats, so that's going to back them up 10 yards. So it's going to remain 2nd down, but it's going to be 2nd and 20. The ball's going to be placed at the 46-yard line of Springdale. Har-Ber looking to get back into this game as Springdale has really taken control of this 3rd quarter. We've got 3:39 left to play as the clock's running. Rivalry week.
Tough, it's tough to say.
Owens empty set backfield, looks to throw. This time it's complete to Trayson Wright out to the right side.
Interesting little design there from Coach Dannenhower. That was an RPO that gave Bryce the option to run if they pulled a guard around. But Bryce, on the RPO, you take it, you throw it to right. But an interesting little wrinkle that they hadn't run in the first half.
So it's going to be a pickup of 7 yards. So this is a big down for this Wildcat offense. 3rd and 13. Ball's placed at the 39-yard line to the near hash.
4 out of 6 so far in the ball game on 3rd downs. This is the longest so far tonight.
Empty set backfield. Trayson Wright in motion. Now they've got trips to the left side. He rolls out that way. He's looking downfield. He throws it, and he's got the man, and we'll see if they call it a completion. It is. That's Trayson Wright once again on the reception.
Nice.
And that's a pickup of 18 yards on the play.
Nice little tap along the sidelines. 18-yard pickup, and coverage was good. Wright able just to make that play.
So what we saw from the first series, ground and pound, now they're mixing in a little bit of pass to this series, and Springdale's trying to hold them off, but Har-Ber's trying to get back in the end zone, make this competitive. Trayson Wright once again, and We may have a double pass here. We do. Trayson Wright's going to throw it. And there was a big push off from Sandoval, but no call on the play.
That's a no harm, no foul. Easton Bond trying to make that make the case, but you knew as soon as that orbit motion came and he never went back towards the line of scrimmage, you knew something was up. Good recognition there by DJ Manuel and that defense. Springdale on top of that one.
Good play, good place to kind of call that play. 2nd down and 10. Ball at the 21-yard line. This is the best movement that Har-Ber has had in this half. Second possession they've had. 2 to the near side, 1 to the far side. Now we've got a man in motion. That's Trayson Wright. Once again, a little jet sweep. Finds a little room on the right side. And there he is met by a whole host of Bulldogs.
And Nathan Kumtak, the first one there, chased him down from the backside. Now it's going to be 3rd down again. Har-Ber really hasn't been obstructed on 3rd downs. This one going to be about 3rd down and 7 upcoming. And you just feel like you're in 2-down territory.
Yes. Getting ready to say they're probably going to go for this if they don't pick it up on 3rd down, but kind of behind the 8 ball here starting off, and we've got 2:40 left to play in the 3rd quarter.
A very rapidly moving 3rd quarter compared to the 1st quarter.
Yes. 3rd and 7. Bryce Owens in the pistol formation. Reed McAllister set up behind him. Springdale showing blitz. Had him for a minute, and Owens gets away. He's got a little bit of room on the right side, down to the 10 and pushed out of bounds. Oh, my, what a play by Bryce Owens. Had him in the backfield for just a moment. He escaped.
Got to get him on the ground. This has been a thing with Springdale all season long is the mobile quarterbacks have been able to get away and haven't been able to get the quarterbacks on the ground. Had a clean shot at him. He winds up getting down to the 9-yard line on a 9-yard pickup and gets you 1st and goal.
1st and goal for the Wildcats. Scoring position. McAllister behind Owens. This time hands it off to McAllister around right side. Gets down to about the 3-yard line where it's a big 2nd down and goal for the Wildcat offense.
6-yard pickup's going to put McAllister over 100 yards. 19 carries, 107 yards. 3 mores, I think what he was looking for.
So we see here 2nd and goal. This is where you have the versatility of Owens sometimes. We'll pull that down for quarterback draw. Fake the handoff to McAllister and scoop in.
Springdale's a man short here as DJ Manuel's running on very, very late. And, yeah, Springdale's a couple of guys down, actually, and they're going to call timeout.
We're going to take a timeout.
Timeout, Springdale.
So we're going to take a timeout with them. We've got a 40-28 score, Springdale over Har-Ber. You're watching the Battle of Springdale on the Springdale Athletic Foundation broadcast.
Ozarks Go from Ozarks Electric Cooperative is leading the fiber revolution, connecting the divide with high-speed broadband access to close that gap. From cloud to cloud, post to post, from downtown to way out of town, to connect our customers to a world of blazing speed and access to absolutely everywhere. It's our customers connected.
As we come back from break and out of the timeout, Har-Ber's going to be lining up for their 2nd down play. Zach, what can we say? What a great ball game we've seen so far tonight.
It's been everything we could have hoped. Maybe a little different than we thought it was going to go down, but 68 points on the board through 2 quarters and 2 3/4. I don't even know how you say that. 2 quarters and 3 and a quarter, 3 quarters of the 3rd. But knocking on the door here. This is a big possession here for both squads. Springdale can hold them out to a field goal attempt. Great. Har-Ber, you want to line up and you just want to see how far you can push that Springdale defensive line back into the end zone.
They've got the beef lined up here for the 2nd down play. McAllister lining up behind. Here comes Owens around right side, trying to get out to the outside. Did he get in? Waiting for the call. I think they pushed him out of bounds.
Good play there by Jed Wallace to push him out at the 1. And now it's 3rd down.
Can't get much closer than what we have, so it's inside it's actually at the 1-yard line, so 3rd and goal at the 1. Big play for both sides here.
I'd imagine, Coach Dannenhower's got one play in mind, and they're already thinking about if we have to run a second one.
We've got 1:33 left to play as he's pushed out of bounds. 3rd and goal. McAllister lined up behind Owens. And he's going to follow McAllister right into the end zone. Har-Ber Wildcat touchdown. For 1 yard out, Bryce Owens for the Wildcat score. That brings it to 40-34 for the extra point so much pivotal extra point that we're going to see here.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a look at it right here. I mean, he just takes his time. It's sort of a delay, and you kind of pick your hole, and that's exactly what you wanted on that particular play, and I'm sure they probably would have tried that again on fourth down had they had to go that route.
40 Roland Reynolds in for the extra point. Snap is back, holds down, kick is up, and it is good. Har-Ber needed that score. They've got it within 5. It's 40-35. Springdale over Har-Ber, and we'll take another timeout. You're watching the Battle of Springdale on the Springdale Athletic Foundation broadcast.
Goodbye, paperwork. Hello, convenience. Farewell, waiting. Hello, personal service. Catch you later, dreaming. Hello, planning. Buy your dream home, connect with a personal banker, and easily schedule an appointment with digital tools from Arvest Bank. Goodbye limits, hello possibilities.
So back at Har-Ber Wildcat Stadium, that was a 17-play drive for just what the Har-Ber Wildcat offense needed. And then you had Bryce Owens in for the 1-yard quarterback plunge. We've got a new ball game.
Got to be cognizant, if you're Springdale, of the onside kick. You know, the way these teams have moved the ball, somebody's going to have to steal a possession at some point.
Reynolds sends that kick deep. And this looked like this is going to be taken there by Mason, who brings it up the field. Good coverage there by the Wildcats. And he brings it out to around the 30-yard line. We'll call it right at the 30. So it's 1st and 10. If you're Springdale, you're probably going to rely on Carson Hayter once again on the run. And then if you're Har-Ber Wildcats, I think you're going to start keying on him a little bit. And that's where you can see the pass coming.
Yeah, and just kind of looking at the numbers that we've got to this point, Carson's got 141 yards on the ground on 9 carries. Wilder Larice, 7 carries, 63 yards. Surprised that Wilder's kind of been the workhorse. I would imagine Oriana's going to get a couple of touches on this drive. He didn't touch it on the last one. Wilder is certainly a guy that needs touches. That's one of the leading rushers in 7A, and he is a guy that Springdale absolutely has to get going.
They're sending Larice out to the right side. Oriana backed up behind Hayter, and this time he's going to throw it out that way to Larice. He's got a little bit of room on that wide receiver screen. He's being chased down, pushed out of bounds, but a great call by the Bulldogs on the first play.
Yeah, this is a play they run a lot, and it's just an extended handoff. Wilder, you put him out there, he can catch the football. You set up the screen action, and you get Wilder loose. I mean, that's like trying to stop a baby bull.
So he's going to pick up right around 11 yards on the play. 1st and 10, 41-yard line. We've got 1:16 left to play here in the third quarter. Non-stop action from the whistle. And it's continued on here into the second half. Hayter calling out, got a man in motion. This time it's going to be a handoff. That is Oriana right up the middle. Maybe around the right side, and he's going to pick up about 2-3 yards on the play.
And I think this is, I think Springdale's comfortable doing this, but in a game of big plays, as we go under a minute here, I think Springdale needs to slow the pace down a little bit. They're not as deep as Har-Ber is across the board. I think they'd like to possess the football kind of on a 17-play drive if they could.
Fast-paced third quarter. Springdale in control for right now. Har-Ber did score on their last possession. Springdale looking to move once again. This time Hayter has the ball, and he's going to pitch it out. That is going to be Larice. He's got a little bit of room on the left side. What a tackle there by Tony Berry. And he's going to be short of the third down. Short of the first down. It's going to be third down. And that's going to bring us down to about 19 seconds. We'll see if they take another snap here. But what a great third quarter, exciting third quarter. Springdale's outscored Har-Ber in this second half. And Springdale didn't miss their extra point. And so we've got 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. That's going to be the end of the third quarter. We're going to send it down to Coach Johnson for a sideline report. Coach, take it away.
Hey, Zach and I talk about the middle eights. I know Zach talks about that a lot. We kind of split that. They take the first 4. We take the second 4 coming out of the half with Carson Hayter going 78 yards on the first play. It kind of is back and forth. They come back, establish, and get a score out of the game, and now Springdale's got the ball, moving the ball down, starting the fourth quarter. It looks like it's going to come down to whoever has the ball last. Let's hope, hey, it could be either way. Good job so far. It's a great game, and I think everybody in the crowd, everybody in the stands is getting a game that they like to see.
This is definitely what everybody has signed up for. This is what you want to see out of two teams that live in the same city. And we call this the One Battle of Springdale, the One-Town Battle of Springdale. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to go into the fourth quarter. You're watching the Battle of Springdale on the Springdale Athletic Foundation Network.
Accidents are never planned. But no matter how small, every emergency that involves a child is a big deal. It's everything. That's why we're here. Arkansas Children's Northwest offers the only pediatric emergency room in Northwest Arkansas with fast access, pediatric experts, and kid-sized care. Peace of mind when you need it most.
Start of the fourth quarter, and we're going to turn this over to Zach if he's got his microphone ready.
We're good to go. Carson Hayter's going to get the first down into Har-Ber territory down at the 41-yard line. And, man, we are it has been an action-packed afternoon and into the evening here. Springdale picks up the first down at the Har-Ber 42, and that's just a continuation here of what we've seen over the last couple of drives here. Springdale moving the football, taking time. We saw Har-Ber go 17 plays, 80 yards on the last drive, and now Springdale trying to answer that and make this a 2-point game again. 1st and 10 for the Dogs at the 42-yard line. Hayter in the shotgun. He'll pitch to Larice with room. Larice trying to bounce it outside, 40-yard line, and we got a flag down. That's going to be probably a holding penalty against Lyle Sampson. We'll await the call.
Great play by Tony Berry. They're setting the edge as he's coming out, and he was the one to make the tackle, but he did a great job setting the edge for the stop, and we'll see for the penalty.
Yeah, that's probably going to go on Lyle Sampson for holding.
Holding. Number 26 on the offense. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Still first down.
Springdale will be backed up. We'll see where they put this thing down and where they. I think that's a spot foul, if my math is correct. That'll put them back at the 48-yard line. So big break there for Har-Ber. This will make this a first down and 20.
Dannenhower is calling out for somebody. Now I think we're going to get a timeout.
Yeah, we'll see what a lot of communicating going on down at the sidelines right now between coaches and referees and spectators and fans. And we've got a great ball game going on. 40-35 our score. 11:09 to go in the ball game. Again, as Brad pointed out in the pregame, winner here is going to qualify for the playoffs. They won't officially qualify, but based on the history of the 7A, 2 conference wins gets you in. And both of these teams would love nothing more than to knock the other one out of the playoffs.
Absolutely.
1st and 10. Ball line to make is the 32 of Har-Ber. This is going to be first down and 20. Carson Hayter in the shotgun. Oriana's the deep back. That's Larice in motion. Here's Hayter to throw with time. Got a man right down the sideline. Pass caught. First down. Still going. Inside the 30-yard line. Pass caught there by David Smith. His first career catch. And it's a big one, and it gives the Dogs a first down.
Missed tackle there on the back end. Kenan Doss was able to bring him down. But a great call by Springdale coming out of that backfield.
They've run that play a couple of times. It's just a simple wheel route. And this time they hit David Smith. And Springdale's got a first down at the 29-yard line. Clock running now, 10:37 to go here in the ball game. Springdale with the football. Orion Leatu comes wide near side. Hayter in the shotgun. Oriana's the deep back. That's Larice in motion. This is Hayter. And he's going to get down to about the 25-yard line. Good strong run there by Carson Hayter. It'll bring up second down for Springdale.
Cameron Bisbee did a good job hanging on to him there because he had a lot of room if he wasn't able to make that tackle. So great job by Cameron to keep it to a 3-yard gain.
I had an opportunity to talk to Carson a couple of weeks ago at a junior high game. Really engaging young man. Is really looking forward to the rest of this season and then extending his career down at Harding University with the Bison. Wants to help them win a national championship. So Springdale now kind of in slow it down mode here. 15 seconds on the play clock. They'll break the huddle. Ball will be at the 26-yard line. It'll be the second down. We'll call it 7. Hayter alone in the backfield. Here's Hayter on the draw. He's got room across the 25. Going to be dragged down close to the 23-yard line. 3-yard pickup's going to bring up third down.
And tackle made by Jake Adams. He's been He's been the workhorse on the defense, been doing a great job all year long, able to wrap him up, keep him for a short game.
Hader now 12 carries, 155 yards, 2 touchdowns in the ball game. And this is going to be huge on third down. Springdale so far tonight on third downs, 7 out of 10. They came in at 33% on third downs. They've really turned it up in this one-city matchup. 10 seconds on the play clock. Springdale breaks the huddle. Oriana Larice alongside Carson Hader in the shotgun. This is Hader, finds Larice with room, 20-yard line, 15, first down Springdale.
Kind of a no-man's land there. Is able to take the pitch, bring it down up to around the 11-yard line. That time he was stopped by Will Croft, and it was a great read by Hader, and able to get around the right side.
9-yard pickup gives Springdale the first down at the 14-yard line. Wilder Larice right now 9 carries, 78 yards, has 1 touchdown in the ball game. The Springdale offense now matriculating, to use a Hank Stram term, matriculating the ball down the field.
Yes.
And taking time off the clock as they're doing it.
I think one thing you want Har-Ber, if Har-Ber can hold them to a field goal attempt, you're keeping it at 1 score. So Har-Ber's looking probably to hold these guys the best way they can, at least to a field goal attempt.
First and 10 at the 14. Carson Hader in the shotgun. Carson with the keep. 10-yard line, and he's going to be cut down there. Great play there by Tony Berry. Carson was on his way to the end zone. Tony Berry was having none of that. It's a couple of yards on the pickup. They'll bring up second down.
Tony did a great job once again. We've seen him on these option plays. He's been able to set the edge. That time he has one-on-one battle with Carson. Able to take him down, keep him from the end zone.
Going to give him about 4 yards on the play. Ball resting just outside the 10-yard line. Again, Springdale taking plenty of time here as we go under 8 minutes to go in the ball game.
Might see Har-Ber try to send a blitz this time. We'll see what that. But Carson's been able to read these ends pretty good.
Second down. Carson Hader in the shotgun. Oriana's the deep back. That's Larice in motion. Here's Hader. Pitches to Larice. Nowhere to go. He's going to get back to the line of scrimmage. Well done there by the Har-Ber defense. It's going to bring up third down.
Siler Moore did a great job taking away the initial play there. Hader was able to pitch it, but then we see Jake Adams. But once again, Siler Moore there to help bring him down. This is going to be a pivotal third down for the Wildcat defense.
1 yard loss makes it third down and 7.
Again, you want to see the Wildcats. They want to try to hold them to at least a field goal attempt to keep it a one-possession game.
And this is a huge play right here with A.J. Woods. And you make this an eight-point ball game. It's one, like you said, it's a one-score game. That's where you want to be. Play clock goes under 10. Springdale breaks the huddle. Aran Leatu comes near side. Carson Hader in the shotgun. He's got 3 running backs behind him. And Springdale's going to get called for a delay of game, I believe. Hader's going to throw. He's got Hahn in the flat. Nope, they're going to call the delay of game, I believe. And Springdale had zeros on the play clock.
It looks like they let the play run. No.
Well, yeah, a lot of confusion here, but I think they're going to get Springdale.
Get a timeout.
Oh, they did get the timeout. Okay, so.
No, let's go back. I think he's calling for a player down on the field. So the play, they've got fourth down, so the play,
okay,
what
they're
they
going to
count.
say okay, yeah, a lot of confusion there on both sides.
Yep.
We've got a player down, looks like with a cramp at the goal line. And this, let's talk this through here.
Yes.
40-35 is our score. 6:40 to go in the ball game. This is a huge play in the ball game right now because as A.J. Woods sets up for the field goal, looks like they're going to put it down. Let's see. They'll put it down on about the 18-yard line. So a 28-yard attempt. A.J. is perfect tonight, including a 56-yarder that he hit in the first half. There's no wind to speak of here at Wildcat Stadium. It's a beautiful night here in Northwest Arkansas, a cold, crisp night. And I think this is what we expected.
Absolutely.
From these two teams tonight.
I think what we've talked about even in the pregame when we talked earlier this week, we didn't think maybe it was going to be this high scoring, but both of them are going to kind of take some punches back and forth, and we see here now once again pivotal fourth down, and we've already seen 1 extra point blocked.
Let me give you some. Coach Johnson just texted me from down on the field. That's Easton Hahn. He's got a cramp. Easton's the long snapper.
Okay.
So, does that figure in to the thinking here as Springdale sends out A.J. Woods? It's like Kinklin Fairway is going to snap the football. D.L. Morton is the holder. A.J. Woods the kicker. They're going to put it down at the 18. 6:40 to go in the ball game.
And Hahn's such a pivotal person for this Bulldog team. He's limping off. I think he's going to do his best to get in as fast as he can. Boy, that cramp's really.
You ever have one of those?
Absolutely.
Like somebody sticks a steak knife in your calf.
But you're right. I think this is going to be pivotal. We'll see the long snapper here. See how they handle the
this is that's one of those things you don't want to see your long snapper go down on a pivotal field goal like this. So A.J. Woods on to try the field goal, give Springdale an 8-point lead. Snap's good. Kicks on the way, and it's blocked. It's going to go out of the back of the end zone for the second time tonight. Har-Ber's special teams come up with a block kick, and now they've got the football with 6:40 to go and down 5.
Great rush up the middle. We saw that on the extra point, able to penetrate the middle, get their hands up, and once again knock that ball down. And this has brought the crowd to their feet. And we're going to have an exciting finish here the last 6 minutes of this game, Zach. I mean, what a great ball game we've had.
Yeah, I don't think you could ask for a whole lot more here. This is this is incredible. These two teams have just gone back and forth all night long, and now with the football at the 20-yard line, Har-Ber's got the football. They have 2 timeouts left.
And what's pivotal here is they don't have to do the extra point or anything. If they score a touchdown, they take the lead. So big possession here.
This is McAllister. He's going to get across the 20, not much more, maybe 2. Springdale's defense slows that one down, and like you said, I mean, you're in normal mode as far as the offense goes.
Har-Ber rely on these big guys up front, either to hold them out or push them down for the run.
Being told it was Kayshawn Holder with the block, and now we've got whistles. Let's see what this is about. Like we're readjusting the football. They put it up at the 23, so they gave McAllister 3 on that play.
Har-Ber just needs to take their time. Like I said, last series, 17 plays, able to take the ball down the field to score. So this is what they need here at the end of the game.
Owens to throw. Pass. Incomplete. Flag down. We're going to get pass interference. It's going to go on Jacoby Mason.
Great slant route. Able to get him open for just outside the outreach of Trayson Wright. But once again, we'll see the penalty here.
And that's going to be
pass interference.
First down. They're going to
number
put that
8 on the
about
defense.
The 38-yard line.
15
so
yards from the previous spot.
And the first down, and that's
first down.
That's huge right here with 5:58 to go in the ball game.
Har-Ber has one of these teams, they can strike quickly. They're able to throw a pass down deep, some with a Trayson Wright, Jack Gilder. They get these guys on one-on-one sometimes. They can strike quickly. I think right here, I think you want to do a little ball control.
So 1st and 10, ball at the 38-yard line. Bryce Owens is your quarterback. McAllister behind. This is McAllister straight ahead. Going to get to the 40, bounce off, get to the 43-yard line. We'll pick up a 5, is going to bring up 2nd down. Good job there by McAllister. Springdale Bulldogs are ripping at the football to put 2 hands on it.
McAllister's done a great job keeping those legs moving. They're teaching and hold that ball up high and tight so the ball won't come out.
2nd down upcoming for Har-Ber. This is McAllister. 45-50 into Springdale territory, 1st down.
Great run out to the left-hand side. Did a great job there. Able to run over. DJ Manuel took the brunt of that. But a great run for Reed McAllister. Sets him up here, 1st and 10. Once again, taking the time. Have plenty of time here, 5 minutes left to play.
Springdale with 3 timeouts left, Har-Ber with just 2. This is going to be 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line. Trips go to the right of Bryce Owens. Feels like they're going to run that lead play again. No, they fake it. Here's Bryce Owens. In trouble in the backfield, finds some room, 45-yard line, still going. 40-yard line, Bryce Owens is loose. 35 and out of bounds. It'll be 1st down Har-Ber.
That's what Bryce can give this offense. If something breaks down, doesn't look just right, maybe he started out there on the – this is kind of fitting for the full moon that we see here, kind of the moon, the phases going on. But we see Bryce Owens takes it from the left-hand side, finds his way to the right-hand side, able to pick up a 1st down, a pivotal 1st down for this Wildcat.
Clock running here, 4:50 to go in the ball game. Har-Ber's got a 1st down at the 36-yard line. They'll come trips to the left of Bryce Owens. And now we've got whistles.
Please put 4 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock. The clock will stop.
Reset the clock.
The clock will start on the snap.
See how much time they're going to put back on this thing. And they put 4:52 on the clock, and they'll run it as soon as the ball is ready for play. And there it goes. 1st and 10 for Har-Ber at the 36. This is Owens rolling near side. Owens fires pass, caught at the 20-yard line, first down.
Austin Sandoval looks like on the reception.
It is Austin Sandoval with a nice reception. Went up and got that one. That's going to be enough for the Har-Ber first down. Here's a good look at it as Owens comes near side.
Sideline warning
Gets it.
against Springdale.
And is knocked down at the 16-yard line.
I'm not sure if they called a penalty. They called something for Springdale. Sandoval's not been used as much in this offense, so that was a great reception by him, being able to be utilized here on this possession.
So 1st and 10, ball at the 16, 4:47 to go in the ball game. 5-point Springdale lead, 40-35. This is Bryce Owens to throw. Pass, complete far side, and he's going to be wrapped up right there at the 18-yard line. Jacoby Mason with the tackle.
Greer Graham on the reception. He's been utilized a little bit more. Did a great job reception, but a great stop by Springdale.
2-yard loss back to the 18-yard line. Clock running, 4:29 to go. Just the ending we thought we were going to get between these two teams. Trying to get to 500 on the season. Trying to go to 2-1 in conference play. Right, Graham going to go to the far right. Owens in the shotgun. This is 2nd down and 12. It's Graham in motion. Here comes Owens. He's going to throw. Under pressure. Pass broken up there and nearly intercepted at the 6-yard line. And it's going to bring up 3rd down.
Great battle there, and Austin Sandoval once again there in the area, but great play between the offense and defense there, breaking up. And Zach, this reminds me a little bit. I know Har-Ber fans will understand this. About 3 weeks ago, the inning we had with Greenwood. It's kind of have that same kind of feel we're going to see here back and forth.
3rd down and 12. Easton Hahn still on the sidelines for Springdale. Marcus Coben has checked in for him at that weak side linebacker spot. This is 3rd down and 12. This is McAllister. He's going to be dragged down. Not much on the play. He's going to bring up 4th down for Har-Ber, and now decision time for Coach Dannenhower. What do you, curious call there?
It was kind of a little curious. I would think they would try to maybe throw the ball there, but obviously he's going to probably try to go for this. I don't foresee us trying to kick and try to bleed Springdale down for their possessions, but this will be 4th and 10. I think they're going to try to we'll try to do some kind of razzle-dazzle here.
It's going to be 4th down and 10. Springdale with a 56% stop rate on 4th downs this season. None bigger than this play right here. Bryce Owens in the pistol. McAllister's the running back. This is Owens to throw. Under pressure, fires, pass, intercepted, DJ Manuel! DJ Manuel down the sidelines, the 40, the 45, 50, DJ Manuel may go! He's on his way, touchdown Springdale! DJ Manuel's 3rd interception of the year is the biggest of his career.
Bryce Owens really looked down Trayson right there, and DJ Manuel was able to sit on it, kind of bait him into that throw, and right here it is.
Here you take a look at it, just a little late on the throw. DJ Manuel with a head of steam down the sidelines, and DJ Manuel, the young sophomore, with a moment he will never forget.
Great read by DJ Manuel. Now Har-Ber, they're going to have to come up with a fast mode. Now we see a few people that's picking up and leaving a little bit, but I tell you, Har-Ber, like I talked about,
hey,
Har-Ber,
look, they went down the field in 4 plays in 90 seconds the last time.
They do have a
right before halftime, so we are a long way from over. The way Springdale has really struggled in the kick game right now, you are still 2 scores down. A.J. Woods on to try the extra point. Snap is good, kicks on the way. That is good, so our new score with 2:55 to go in the ball game. Springdale 47, Har-Ber 35. Everybody take a breath. Brad and I will be right back. You're watching the battle for Springdale on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television.
Sometimes a dream car has nothing to do with horsepower or performance.
My dream car is the one that gets me to my job every day. The one that lets me help a friend in need.
I didn't think I had the credit. My credit score wasn't that good. But Car-Mart believed in me.
They believed in me. My dream car? A 2016 Nissan Sentra. What's yours?
America's Car-Mart. You keep the dream, and we'll keep you on the road.
2:55 to go in the ball game. This is the biggest play of the 2025 battle for Springdale. DJ Manuel with the interception return that gives Springdale a 12-point lead, and I guarantee you that young man's not going to sleep tonight. I promise you that. Springdale hold on and get the victory. A.J. Woods has it teed up, and now if you're Har-Ber, this is you need chunk plays,
Absolutely.
and you need them in bunches. You've got 2 timeouts left. So plenty of time for Har-Ber to make this interesting again.
Bryce Owens just a little bit late on that throw, and Manuel was able to take advantage of that.
A.J. Woods, this one's going to be returnable. It's going to hit at the 1 and check up. That's a live football. Oh,
wow.
Whoa.
Got a lucky roll there.
That is one of the, I know A.J. likes his touchbacks, but I think he would have liked that one to die at the 1. So Har-Ber's going to get the football back. This has been an offensive barrage from these two teams. Har-Ber tonight, 443 yards in total offense, 401 for Springdale. But the biggest plays of the night for Springdale have come in the special teams and on defense.
Absolutely. And they have it where it counts right now on the scoreboard, 47-35.
2 timeouts for the Wildcats. They trail by 12, so a touchdown is in order. 2 touchdowns, in fact, is what Har-Ber needs. Get back in the ball game. 1st and 10, ball at the 20. Bryce Owens in the pistol. He'll throw on 1st down. Owens with plenty of time. Now chased. Going to throw it into the ground, incomplete. Looking there for Javari Robinson. It's going to bring up 2nd down.
Yeah, Javari checked in for Reed McAllister. I don't know if they were setting up a screen, but was not able to get him loose, and he just threw that in the ground.
Reed McAllister has had a heck of a night. 23 carries, 125 yards tonight. He's also got 2 receptions for 43 yards. That young man, as the kids say, has shown up and shown out. This is 2nd and 10. Owens going to roll near side. Chased by Winton Cabot. Pass complete at the 21. Wright's going to check out of bounds. A couple of yards on the plate. 2 yards maybe. And it's going to bring up 3rd down and 8.
There's a great reception there by Trayson Wright, able to shed 1 tackler but pushed out of bounds. So, well, this is a big 3rd down for the Wildcats.
Trayson Wright is a good-looking athlete.
Yes.
Very, very good-looking athlete. That's a guy that you could build around. 3rd down and 8, 2:41 to go.
They need some chunk plays in a hurry.
Har-Ber 7 out of 10 on 3rd downs tonight. Here's Owens to throw. Fires pass complete at the 37. Kobe Mason fell down. It's right into Springdale territory. Still going, and they're going to say he stepped out of bounds at the 49. So the drive will continue at the 49-yard line.
Great read there by Owens, getting it out to Wright. He's able to push him down. They did step out of bounds, had a little bit more room, but stepped out of bounds. So this is what you'd like to see out of this offense.
2:30 to go in the ball game. 1st and 10 for Har-Ber at Springdale's 49-yard line. This is Owens. Owens now chased out of the pocket. Chased by Junior Rodriguez, going to throw it into the Springdale bench. And it's going to bring up 2nd down. Smart play there by Bryce Owens, not to force anything, live to fight another day.
That was great coverage on the back end by the Springdale Bulldogs. They did a great job blocking down their men. One thing you would say about Trayson Wright, some of these receivers here on this fast pace, they're getting a little winded.
Yeah.
And so they need to take a little breather.
Now, Gavin Jones has just checked in. This is a guy that Springdale's coaches like a lot. Number 93, that's a special number around this place. He is a guy that they like a lot. That pass complete. It's Graham at the 40. It's going to be close to 1st down yardage. I think he's going to come up just short. That's going to bring up 3rd down.
They go into hurry-up mode. They're fast-paced. They've got to get a lot of yardage here in a hurry and score in a hurry.
Clock moving, 2:05 to go in the ball game. This is Bryce Owens. Owens with time. Pass complete to Robinson. He's got the 1st down. Going to be dragged down by Easton Hahn at the 33.
Great check down there by Owens. Able to get it out to Robinson. Able to pick up the 1st down. Stop the clock. Now it's rolling again. They're up on this hurry up.
303 yards passing for Bryce Owen tonight. And we're going to get a timeout. 1:45 to go in the ball game.
Timeout.
Springdale leads by a dozen.
Their 2nd timeout.
We'll be back for the finish. You are watching the battle for Springdale on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television.
Hometown. That word still means something here. It means we're neighbors. We do the right thing. We care about your family. And you deserve the very best every time you walk in the front door. Har-Bers, hometown fresh.
.145 to go in the ballgame. We are set up for a great finish. It's first down and 10. Har-Ber's got the ball at the 34-yard line of Springdale. DJ Manuel with an pick six, giving Springdale a 12-point lead, and now Har-Ber trying to cut this thing down to 5. Bryce Owens will be in the shotgun. Javari Robinson alongside. It's 3 wide receivers, 2 come near side. That's Graham in motion. Owens to throw. With time, steps up, fires down the middle, got a man incomplete, looking for Graham. Good coverage there by Raxon Resham, and it'll bring up second down with 1:39 to go.
Owens took a shot there at the end, too, holding his knee a little bit, but had a man.
He's not coming out.
Yeah.
No chance.
Pivotal down here, pivotal series for this Wildcat offense.
Second down and 10 upcoming. Same formation, they're just going to flip it. Gilder's the guy to watch here, the tight end to the right of Bryce Owens. Here's Owens to throw. With time, he's going to fire it deep. He's got a man. It's Miller. Incomplete. Miller had DJ Manuel beaten. Now Miller has gone down in the corner of the end zone. I think he may have hit the fence.
He ran into the fence. That was the shot that they were looking for, but yeah, he wasn't able to stop in time, ran into that fence, and that fence does not move.
No, it does not. That is unforgiving down there. Yeah, he banged right into that one. Now he's going to have to come out. And with third down and 10 looming, Har-Ber's got 1 timeout left. These kids tonight, we were talking about it during the break. These kids, both sides, have given their all tonight in this great ball game. Great crowd. Nobody's left. The bands are playing. This is exactly what you expect out of the city of Springdale. Third down and 10. Trips right. Springdale showing a 3-man rush and zone coverage. Here's Bryce Owens. He fires. Pass. Incomplete. Missed. I believe that was
Sandoval, looks like.
Yep, Sandoval on the far side. Now that brings up another 4th down for the Wildcats.
Owens been pretty good all night long. His last 2 or 3 passes just overshoots his intended targets just a little bit.
18 out of 28 tonight for Bryce Owens. 303 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the 1 interception. This is going to be 4th down and 10.
Owens looks like he's holding his hand or massaging his hand of some sort. I don't know if that's his throwing hand that he's doing.
And watching it through the binoculars, it looks like it's his left thumb that seems to be bothering him.
I don't know if that's affecting his passing or his throwing motion any, but
4th down and 10. Owens has Javari Robinson behind him, and we're going to get a timeout, Har-Ber.
Timeout.
1:28 to go in the ball game.
Their first timeout.
We will be right back. You are
half.
watching the Battle for Springdale on Springdale Athletic Foundation Television.
Arkansans appreciate community. We work and raise families, care for our neighbors, and come together in good times and bad. At First Security, that local strength is what we love best about our home state. There is commitment here, and heart, and hope. Thank you to everyone who is standing together, learning from one another, and making Arkansas a place we all love to call home. We're proud to be your community bank.
1:28 to go, and we've got a developing story here. Bryce Owens has been sort of, massaging it's his throwing hand. Don't know if he hit it on somebody on that last throw, but Noah Bowling has entered the huddle. I'm not sure if he's coming in. But during the timeout, Bryce Owens was getting a lot of attention from the trainers and kind of shoved everybody away. I think he's going to go back out there. Now they're going to pull him out of the ballgame. So Noah Bowling enters the ballgame in maybe the biggest spot. You want to become a legend? This is how you do it. Noah Bowling has stepped in on 4th down and 10.
Tough spot here for him, but I know he's worked on this a little bit throughout the year.
3 wide receivers set. Springdale rushes 4. Bowling steps up. His pass complete. 20-yard line. This is right inside the 15. First down, Har-Ber.
What a great read. Able to see Trayson Wright come over the middle. That in route. Able to step into the pocket. I thought maybe he was going to take off there for a minute, but able to step up in the pocket and hit right on the play.
20-yard pickup gives Har-Ber a first down at the 14. Clock is running with 1:17 to go. This is Bowling. Bowling now going to run. He's going to get bumped out of bounds at the 9-yard line, so it'll be about a 5-yard pickup. Clock will stop with 1:10 to go.
Gets inside that 10-yard line, and Zach, if we kind of think about this going forward, if they're able to score, we're going to set up for an onside kick. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we sure are. 1:10 to go. Har-Ber's got one timeout left. Actually, I think the scoreboard's wrong. I don't think they have a timeout left. This is going to be second down and 5. Linda makes the 4. Bowling to throw. Bowling fires back of the end zone. He's got a man wide open. Touchdown, Har-Ber. Bust in the coverage in Springdale's secondary. Sandoval catches the touchdown, and Har-Ber is back within 6. Take a look at it right here. This is that pump fake gets Sandoval wide open. I don't want anybody within a country mile of him. Check that. That was Graham. Sorry about that, Graham. That's my fault.
What a great response by Noah Bowling coming out. Bryce Owens getting hurt and able to do it. Now they're going for 2 points. I don't maybe quite understand this one, but
Bowling going to roll. They're going to try a little Y high. And now Bowling's under pressure. Bowling fires. Pass in and out of the hands of Wright. And I'm with you. I don't understand that at all.
Because that makes it a 4-point ball game, so a field goal is not really going to do you any good.
Not at all.
But what a great response there by the Har-Ber Wildcat offense. So now we're setting up here for this great onside kick. We'll see what takes place. Gordy Roland Reynolds is going to set it up.
This has been everything that we thought we were going to get. 47-41 is our score. Springdale leads by 6. As you said, we're going to set up for the onside kick. I don't know what else to say other than, everybody, sit back, strap it down, and get ready. This is probably the biggest, maybe the biggest play in the ball game here. And we keep saying that over and over and over again.
And you think for this season as well, because like you said, whoever wins this ball game, they're set up great for a playoff run.
Absolutely.
Or playoff standing. So this is very pivotal. And we'll see this again.
Yeah. This is the touchdown, and Noah Bowling comes in and throws that pass, and you're just. He comes in the biggest play of the game at 4th and 10. Now we're at the biggest play of the game.
and what you like to see, he wasn't phased. He
no, not at all.
That's great composure they had for that young man.
So here we go. We're going to try the onside kick.
And we've seen this at the beginning, Zach. We saw onside kick for Springdale. We saw the sky kick from Har-Ber. Was able to turn over. So special teams, we've talked about this, very pivotal in this situation.
Springdale has had issues with the onside kick. It comes right to Orion Leatu at the 45-yard line, and it was a little too easy. I think Coach Dannenhower just put his hands on his head just a little bit too easy.
Didn't get the bounce that he really wanted from that to even give the team a shot there. And this is going to be tough because whether they got one timeout as the scoreboard shows, or there's really nothing they can do here to stop Springdale.
Got to snap it.
Got to snap it.
Got to snap it, and that is the certainly the key here. Great play there by Orion Leatu to come up with the football, and Springdale can successfully navigate 3 knees. They are going to get out of here with a win, and probably the biggest win of Brett Hobbs' career. This was a complete team effort tonight from Springdale, and now they've just got to seal the deal here. They're going to go into the shotgun. Carson Hayter in the gun. Tinklin Fairways your center. Low snap, and Carson's going to go down at the 40.
Har-Ber needs to be careful not to pick up a silly penalty there. It looks like they did okay on that play.
And it's going to be a 6-yard loss back to the 40, but I don't think Springdale cares at all about the yardage.
Har-Ber. Their second timeout.
Get the timeout here with 1:01. Everybody take your breath. We're going to take a quick timeout. You are watching the battle for Springdale on Springdale Athletic Foundation television.
Ozarks Go from Ozarks Electric Cooperative is leading the fiber revolution. Connecting the divide with high-speed broadband access to close that gap. From cloud to cloud, post to post, from downtown to way out of town, to connect our customers to a world of blazing speed and access to absolutely everywhere. It's our customers connected.
(47-41) our score. 1:01 to go in the ball game. Springdale has the football back at the 41-yard line.
This comes down to clock management here. As far
really
as
does.
I
imagine
time. Yep.
9 is going to handle the football for Springdale without exception. Here's Carson. Hader trying to get outside. He's going to run around, and he's going to go down back at the 35-yard line. And Har-Ber's going to call a timeout. Now, there have been some confusion over the timeouts.
Timeout.
We're going to
Har-Ber.
go. That's the last one.
Their final timeout of the half.
Springdale now facing a third down in a country mile, but I don't think that's really their concern here. Har-Ber's now out of timeouts. Their ball will be back at the 35-yard line.
And we saw Hader there. He ran around, get a few seconds off the clock. So if they do that again, we'll say take seven seconds off the clock there. So that leaves them about 46. Still have to punt.
Right. And or and I've seen this done before.
Safety.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, like, if you can run a play and you can run 6 or 7 seconds off the clock, you get 40 seconds on the clock. You can snap it to Carson. He can run to the locker room. Final 7, you give up the safety. I think you're willing to do that.
Yeah.
So let's see what Coach Hobbs has dialed up here. Third down, and we're going to call it 21. The line to make's the 44. I think that's kind of irrelevant in this particular set. Springdale's going to spread it out. Carson Hader will have David Smith and Rancel Oriana as his wingbacks. Springdale, let's see what happened here. We've got flags all over the place.
There's movement on both sides. We'll see what they call, but they'll have to reset the clock as well.
Prior to the snap, false start. Number
against
77
Springdale.
on the offense. 5-yard penalty.
That'll back them up 5 more yards.
I think you're right, Zach. I don't think the yardage is the big deal right
No,
now.
I don't.
Using that clock.
Look, if you're Har-Ber, you're coming. 11 are coming after him, and you're trying to rip that ball loose, and see if you can rip the thing loose and get a scoop and score. I mean, that's certainly your MO here. This is going to be third down and 26. Again, I don't think the yards matter. 53 seconds on the clock. Carson Hader's in the shotgun. Snap is low, and Hader's going to get smothered back at the 27-yard line. So now the clock runs.
About 8 seconds.
About 8 second difference here.
You might even see Springdale take a delay of game here. Or like you said, they might, with 8 seconds left, he may run back to the end zone for the safety. That's a good call.
That Zach Clark did that against Southside many years ago, where they were at about this spot. The snap comes back. Carson, you can take off, and you just got to make sure that you run the clock down to 0.
And I don't think they want to take the risk of getting a punt block.
I like the idea of taking the delay of game here because the yards don't matter. We're down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Springdale.
They take the timeout.
Yeah, they're going to take the timeout. So 10 seconds to go. Let's talk
Their
this
final
through here. I
timeout
don't know that you have enough time. You need, unless Carson thinks.
Goodbye, paperwork. Hello, convenience. Farewell, waiting. Hello, personal service. Catch you later, dreaming. Hello, planning. Buy your dream home. Connect with a personal banker and easily schedule an appointment with digital tools from Arvest Bank. Goodbye limits, hello possibilities.
Round. Good look at the Springdale cheerleaders there as we come back. 47-41 our score. 10 seconds to go in the ball game. Looks like A.J. Woods is coming out. So everybody buckle up. A.J. Woods in
and
to
he
try
may
to
just run it back and forth a little bit and then step out.
Yeah, he
the
may.
back of the end zone.
He very well may. But first thing you got to do is get the snap.
Get the snap.
4th down and 29. A.J. Woods back in punt formation. A.J. going to take it and run. A.J. running as far and as fast as he can. He's going to run it down. They're going to push him out of bounds with 2 seconds left. So the safety cuts the lead to 4.
They put the score on the wrong spot. No, that's right. That is right.
That's correct.
Yeah,
47-43. And now with 2 seconds to go. We've had a little bit of everything tonight. I mean, there's no way around this. We've had a little bit of everything in a ball game that's certainly going to go down in the annals of this rivalry as one of the great ones. Springdale now has to kick the ball back to Har-Ber, and I would imagine that this is going to be, if I'm Brett Hobbs, I'm squibbing this. I mean, this is almost an onside kick, right?
If they onside or squib it, you can fall on it without the time going off, or you can fair catch it if it's a sky kick. But
boy,
that's leaving you one big Hail Mary if that's the case.
And that's why Coach Dannenhower and Coach Hobbs get paid what they do.
Right. And we discuss.
Right, and we just sit up here and discuss this. This has been a game for the ages. 47-43, 2 seconds to go in the ball game. Springdale looking to string together consecutive victories for the first time against Har-Ber. They won last year's game 49-21, trying to hang on here.
So with the safety, they bring them back to the 20-yard line to kick.
Yes, and Miller is going to go back, and looks like they're sending back Uno. Uno's going back and he's going to go back to about the 6-yard line. And now AJ's got it teed up.
Do you think he can kick it to the end zone from this far out?
I don't think you want to kick. I don't. No.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just didn't know if he had the leg.
I think this is just one you're just gonna squib it at the 50, and you're gonna fall down. No time went off the clock, so Har-Ber has the football at the 49 in time for one Hail Mary.
That was it's a great situation for Har-Ber because now they take off 1 second, but down at the 49-yard line, they've got a chance to throw it down.
Yeah, I mean, the 1 second, 2 seconds really doesn't matter.
Right. And we'll see if Bowling comes back out of her.
Yeah, that's another thing. We
and I don't know Bowling's arm.
Kind of got lost in the wash.
Yeah.
So they are going to send Bowling back out. 1 second to go in the ball game. Har-Ber's got the ball at the 50-yard line. Springdale has players, 3 of them, standing inside the 15-yard line. Got Sandoval to the top of the screen. Here's Bowling. Bowling now flush to his right. And he's taken down by Shem Paul. The ball's taken away, and Springdale is going to come away with a 47-43 win in what will best be described as an instant classic.
Absolutely. And I think Bowling even got beyond the line of scrimmage, so I don't know how good that would have been. But great response by the Springdale Bulldogs coming in here tonight and able to pick up a big victory for them.
Unbelievable ball game. Springdale goes up 17. Har-Ber fights their way back to get the lead, 28-27, and then back and forth we go here in the second half. If you're a resident of the city of Springdale, if you played at one of these schools, I mean, this is exactly what you expect from the young men that play on these two squads.
And I think watching this, a big thing tonight was turnovers.
Yeah.
Har-Ber had 2. I'm not sure if Springdale had any or not, but Har-Ber had 2. The last one was big costly because it was a pick 6 for Springdale.
Yeah, it's been an unbelievable night. If I'm voting for player of the game, Bryce Owens would be the player of the game for me for Har-Ber. Those 303 yards passing really kept them in the ball game. And if I'm Springdale, it's DJ Manuel. Really the play that, the interception return that ultimately gives Springdale the win. And, as these teams march forward here, Har-Ber goes to 1-2 in conference play, Springdale to 2-1. And, both still very much in the hunt. But now, as we head down the stretch here, this is going to be really, really interesting here in the 7A West race. In a league that does not lend itself to a ton of upsets, we got one tonight. Let's head down to Coach Johnson. He's got Coach Hobbs with him.
Coach Hobbs, what a great game. Way to finish the game. How do you feel, man?
Yeah, I was very proud of our guys. They had the momentum going into the half. Our guys came out, they responded, they kept on fighting, and we finished it off.
Great win for the Bulldogs, man.
Absolutely.
I know you're glad. Go enjoy the win. Great
Thanks,
job, Coach.
Appreciate it.
Zach, Brad, back to you guys. What a game.
Unbelievable night here in Springdale. My phone's starting to blow up with old dogs sending me text messages. Just a whole lot of fun, man. I enjoyed every second of this.
Absolutely.
We need to do this again very, very soon. There's a chance. Come November, these teams could do this all over again. Probably at one of these venues. It could be a whole lot of fun. But for tonight, Springdale going to move to 2-1, 3-3 on the year. Har-Ber going to fall to 2-4 on the year, 1-2 in conference play. The final score: Springdale 47, Har-Ber 43. It was everything we thought it could be as we take a look at some of the highlights here early in the ball game. It was just, it was what we expected.
Absolutely.
Two really good teams just sort of going at each other. And, you see the touchdown there to Easton Hahn. Springdale getting that early 17-0 lead. And, it looked like for a second Springdale might run away with this, but not so much as Har-Ber fought their way back into the Shempal, his first fumble recovery on the night. But this beautiful pass right here for Bryce Owens.
Yeah.
Right down the sidelines finds Reith. He had a huge night. Wright did. And, he was the guy that kind of kept him in the ball game. And then, this guy right here, 23 carries, 125 yards. That touchdown right there, that's a tough running back.
Absolutely. He's been the workhorse all year long for us. Showed up one, and here's another one. Jack Gilder able to get a couple of touches tonight and did a great job there for the Wildcat offense.
Yeah, it's right towards the end of the first half. This put Springdale up 24-14, and Springdale sort of reestablished. But here comes Bryce Owens again.
Absolutely.
Into the end zone. He had a couple of touchdowns on the ground tonight. He had 2 through the air. This was as good as it gets. A nice throw there to right before halftime, and 28-27 at the break. And then first play of the second half, here comes Carson Hayter, 78 yards, and back and forth we go. We're right back where we thought we were going to be.
And you saw Springdale kind of take control right here in the first part of the third quarter. Able to take it right here once again on the pitch.
Yep, Wilder Larice going in and gave him the 2-score lead, and Har-Ber just wasn't able to close that gap. But this is a good run here from Bryce Owens to get into the end zone, cut that thing down to 5. But this right here is the play of the ball game.
Yep.
Yeah, 92-yard return from DJ Manuel. Really the play of the ball game, outrunning Bryce Owens, making that touchdown right there, gave Springdale the lead, and the lead that they would hang on to ultimately. But this guy right here, Noah Bowling, how about this? Comes in on 4th down and 10, completes a pass for 20 yards, then throws the touchdown pass. And my goodness, we had a ball game right down to the very end that Springdale ultimately wins 47-43. It was a terrific night here on the west side of Springdale. We're going to get to do it again in another calendar year. We'll see everybody again when basketball season starts. But it's always fun when the city of Springdale comes out and supports their kids.
Absolutely. And and kudos to Springdale, able to come in here and able to fight their way through this victory. And Har-Ber had their chances. They were able to block a few kicks. And I think the special teams kind of caught with Har-Ber a little bit. The penalties there in the first half. You talk about special teams. Like you said, Springdale had all 3 phases going tonight, and it was very beneficial for them for the win.
So once again, our final score: Springdale 47, Har-Ber 43. Brad, appreciate it, man.
You bet,
Thank
brother.
you so much. Had a blast doing this. For everybody here at SAF, you guys don't understand the work that the behind-the-scenes crew put into tonight to make this happen. It has been a great week, fun build-up, and you know what? At the end of it, we got the game we'd hoped for.
Absolutely. And watching the excitement from the Springdale team, they are just elated over this victory, and kudos to them once again, and Coach Hobbs, what they were able to do tonight.
Yeah. So for everybody here at Springdale Athletic Foundation Television, we bid you a good night. Again, the final score: Springdale 47, Har-Ber 43. We will talk to you next week.